Oh, that automatically restarts when it hits 0, huh? Yeah, I could probably... Maybe I don't loop it? Maybe I just don't use the loop function. Okay, give me 1 sec. Alright. Well, you know, I thought I had the timer thing all figured out. I really did. I thought I had it perfect. I thought I had the timer thing all figured out 100%. Although, to be fair, that's completely on me. I've just been running around today. Today was like one of those days where, you know, they're like, oh, we got to test all the fire alarms and we got to test the building's fire alarms. So like everything in our apartment was just nuts. I can't find all my wristbands. Lewis might have taken it. Been cutting weight? Yeah, I've been doing pretty well. Been doing pretty well with my goals. Been feeling good. Been feeling good. Been getting a lot more outside time, you know. I've been getting up really early. Katie got a new job, so she's working remote for an East Coast company. So basically, we get up at a pretty early time. I like getting up with her because I like that. So I don't really feel like I would gain much from trying to stream more, you know? I feel like really my ceiling is that obviously StarCraft is the best thing that I could do at the moment, but there's just not that much there anymore, you know? So I'm mostly just getting to Stormgate, right? So it's like not pressuring myself and kind of just taking that other time. I've been walking Lewis more. I've been walking Lou more. I've been taking him to the dog run and playing with him. We've been playing a lot more together. And I'm just awake more of the day now, I guess. I used to get up pretty early, but I would always be quiet and I would try not to do too much because, you know, Katie would be asleep usually at that time. So, because I always get up really early. I've been getting up at like 5 or 6 for a while now. Especially with with the crazy price action this last month, and the stock market's just been absolutely nuts to follow for the last month. So I like wake up itching to check the pre-market and look at everything. You know, I'm that guy. So That's what I'm up to anyway. But it's been nice. So I've been getting more time outside. I've been getting more time with the pooch. And because Katie is home now. Because Katie is home so much now, it's really, really nice. Because basically she just gets to... She doesn't have to spend as much time driving to and from work and all of that. So, you know, it's just nice. It's just nice. Gonna be a new DJ category for Twitch. Cool. I'll just run my talk show out of there. Oh, hey, Pietra. Yeah, I think you got banned because you were taking some kind of weird clips of my stream. People who take weird clips, I just banned so they can't do that. But if you wait 7 days from when you got banned, you can request an application. I think you also said some weird stuff in my chat as well. But if you wait about 7 days from when you get banned in the Twitch stream, there's an option you can use to apply for, you can apply to get unbanned. But, yeah, I don't need everybody to watch me. So people that are gonna do weird stuff or, you know what I mean, really try to get my goat at all, I don't need your money. So I'd rather just ban you. No need for us to have some sort of like fake I'm trying to be nice to everybody thing. I don't do that. Anybody who treats me with like a base level of human dignity and respect is welcome here. But if that bar is if that sounds crazy to you, then I don't need you. No commute is key to happiness. Yeah. So Katie has more energy now. She gets to spend more of her day doing what she wants to do, which is just great for her. I have a substantially, like, very substantially reduced amount of time that I spend by myself, which is really nice. I love hanging out with Katie. And I still get my time to come here and do all my nerds stuff while she's working, so I still get my me time. I just browse the internet, shit posting, looking at the GameStop price all day, just, you know, pounding my desk. It's fun. And building some new stream stuff. I figured out how to get rain meter assets to load in my computer, in OBS, so it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Lunch date? Yeah, we already did that, brah. We already did that. Guess what we had? Guess. It's not wings, though. It's not wings. I don't know if we really call it me taking her to lunch, but it was more like we took Lewis for another walk, and we went to go get taquitos. We got taquitos from 7-Eleven, and she got me a Coke Zero. There you go, proof of life. See, I'm not joshing you, bro. I'm not joshing. This is real. This is evidence. That's evidence right there. You really think I go to that much work to fake my own bottle of Coca-Cola? 7-Eleven taquitos? So damn good. Yeah, man, I love the chicken and steak one. You ever have a 7-Eleven chicken steak taquito? That's what I'm talking about. That right there. That right there is my America. I don't know. Let's see. Are there any other lobbies open? Is there anything that looks fun? Maybe today's the day I play a little more other stuff. What's is there any like Direct Strike or SC Evo? I haven't played Direct Strike in forever. Zombie Team Slayer. Zombies. 12 players versus hybrid. Wow, it's not even spelled correctly. Somebody published a mod. Somebody publicly published a mod onto the BattleNet to play, and they misspelled the word hybrid in a game where like hybrid is just You know, there's so many hybrid in the whole. Yeah, Nexus Wars. Is there a Nexus Wars lobby open? Did you see Nexus Wars? Let me refresh. What do we got? I can go check Europe as well. Go check EU. It's not too. It's getting pretty late over there. It's pretty late over there. Let's see. Yeah, well, I'm gonna check Europe anyway. Let's just take a little. Let's find out. Let's put the bare minimum effort into finding out whether there's people on there, because that could be fun. It's good to see you, Jimmy. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we got the ability to like send people warnings in chat now and stuff, instead of having to like, you can send people like private little nudges. So that was kind of a nice change Twitch made this week for us. Always appreciate stuff like that. Yeah, I just unvetoed everything except Ghost River, really. The other ones ain't that bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool. Cool. All right, what lobbies are open on EU? Let's see what we got. A lot of big game hunters. Big great hunters. New Nexus Wars plus twin units. 2v2 though. I mean, that's a little try-hard. I feel like that's a little try-hard. Direct strike gear. Yeah, I got my fans going off in here today, man. More of a shusher or a nudger, professional shusher. Well, that's the thing, you know, it's like, you don't want to encourage this dynamic where people feel like mods are like power hungry, people holding over their heads and stuff and like dominating the discourse. Because like when people feel like mods are going too ham, you know, like when the whole entire chat turns into just messages from mods and stuff, like people ask themselves, they're like, well, if the mod had something important to say to the streamer, why not say it privately, right? Why fill the whole chat? You know what I mean? Like there's always stuff like that where it's like you always try to maintain that balance of it. I personally feel like the less time a mod spends directly criticizing or telling somebody off in chat, the better. Like, if somebody makes a genuine mistake, the worst thing that you could do is really put them on the spot, because if it's actually a mistake and they didn't mean to, then they probably feel bad immediately, right? So if they're not aware, then you want to go for the lightest correction possible that doesn't humiliate them, because humiliating somebody who like accidentally, you know, says something that they feel like, you know what I mean, wasn't intended to be that bad, like that's when you either, that person is either gone or, you know, then they turn into one of those like psychopath people that try to find out where you live or whatever. Obviously we're at the start of the stream and there's not a lot of people here yet, so this conversation, and I'm not making a comment about you guys. I expect you guys to probably dominate the chat in the first couple minutes, because I'm always very happy when my mods are here. It brings me tremendous joy to know that you guys got my back. I'm not surprised that you guys are here before everybody else. That to me makes sense. But you know what I mean, like in like the normal discourse of a stream, right? It's like the viewers, people want to feel like they can talk without getting harassed by other viewers, but they also don't want the conversation to like blow up into something that distracts the streamer from everything that's happening. Because I'm sure it's not very fun to just listen to me ridicule some idiot that, you know, like if I had just had some sort of advanced AI mod thing catch his message in the first place, you know, like we would save ourselves 20 minutes of misery. Something I try to stay aware of. I'd love to play a game of Direct Strike though. I don't know what the weekly brawl is this week, but I'm down. I'm ready to find out. I'm ready to find out. I'm just gonna go random commander. But yeah, I think it's like, it creates a lot of problems to go in with like a really firm fist, you know? Anybody that has the best of intentions is usually their biggest fear is people overreacting to them making a mistake, you know? Or maybe I'm just projecting, because I definitely feel that way. I don't really ever try to mess with anybody, but I do make mistakes. And I'm always, you know, I'm always like, I just hope that whoever's around isn't gonna take it personally. This guy's trying to just start the game. No way, man. I'm leaving your lobby, bro. He's trying to force me into a 2v2 with his like pre-made friend. No way. Here, let's join the other lobby. Okay, that one's full. Let me refresh. Maybe we go back to NA if we can't find one. I don't want to play 2v2. I want to play 3v3. That's what I want. All right, let's do. There's a normal lobby. I'll get less picky. There's a normal one. Regular wings over boneless. Just don't feel like boneless are wings. They are nuggets. You know, if I'm being perfectly honest, I totally get that. That's a completely reasonable. Yeah, we have less trouble from folks nowadays, but then again, work has been super demanding. Yeah, no, chat's been great though. Chat's been great. The reality is, like, for those people, like, when you think about it like a Batman versus Joker kind of a thing, right? The more stoic, the less provocable, the more the other side like craves the validation of like getting them to cave. And there's a very similar dance that happens with especially with like live streams, because all you have to do is just find the exact right perfect thing to say, and like you could just set somebody off, and then every other person watching, like, they're all just like, what the hell, you know? And for everybody, like, those triggers are different, obviously. But as I've worked on myself and I've kind of just become more of a calm person in general, I find that whatever, like, the edge case of what it is that gets me to blow up becomes a little bit less on the outside, you know? It's like the range of things that can set me off now is so small that I think a lot of those people gave up on trying. So that's kind of awesome. There's just not much of a reaction you can provoke from me nowadays, really. I think people coming in and like trying to spew Republican garbage, maybe that's it. Maybe just saying that is already too much. But I think aside from that, I hate people coming in posting divisive political crap. That's about it. I generally don't bring it up unprompted too much, though. I hope I don't bring it up unprompted too much. This place is pretty zen. Yeah, there's some people who come in. That like used to be subbed or used to watch, and like they left because of the StarCraft drama from a long time ago. But then they're like, oh well, you know, I'm glad Nathan's popular again or whatever now. So he's just gonna be just like he used to be. And then they kind of come in and find out that that's not really the case, and they've kind of got a little bit of a different energy than I've got now, you know. It's like balancing all of that stuff is always such a process. It's always such a process. Actually, yeah. Let's get immortals. Change my mind. That's what I want. But like that was really, you know, but it's like stuff like that, right? It's not like I banned every single person. Those people made so many different accounts, right? It was super normal. Sometimes you would come into this stream and like I would get like 50 follows in a day from an account that was just like different variations of the same one. Even those people gave up. It's all about just controlling how you react to things and not giving people what they want. Plus, you know, I do regularly acknowledge them as well for the tremendous amount of time and effort that it takes to really be a sick griefer. I don't pretend like they see their jobs as easy. No, I haven't played Direct Strike in forever. I just kind of like this. So this is basically StarCraft, but it's like a wave spawner. And your income, more or less, like you make investments to increase it that go into effect over the course of the game. And then aside from that, it just keeps spawning over and over again, the wave that you build. So I've got a teammate building a bunch of stalkers, which makes me want to go for a little bit of a anti-ground play. And he's going into mutas, which is going to be a little bit annoying, actually. Maybe I will need some more air. Do we just have to do the Protoss tier 3 rush? Maybe. It's gonna be a little annoying. I don't want to make too many Phoenix, but We might have to. I don't know. What's gonna happen here? Oh, they hallucinated Archons that kind of tried to tank, I guess. That's actually not too bad of an idea now that I think about it. Should I just get a Phoenix or two? Let's squeeze one out. It's like a macro engine and you just decide in micro. Yeah, you don't really micro at all. The only micromanagement you do is you can arrange your army in like any way you want. You can move the pieces around. So like if your Phoenix would get too far ahead, you can reposition them so that when the wave spawns, it spawns on this platform. Everybody's waves takes turns, but you have a timer in the top right, so you can see right as my timer hits 0, boom, that pops up. So it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. I need to get an observer though. He's got a little detector boy over here. Observer will help. Yo, French Joey, what's up? What's up? You like the arcade stuff right now? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's tough to get the motivation for laddering going. I'm so jacked up for Stormgate, honestly, man. We're so freaking close. I'm excited to like see this announcement this week and get hyped up with everybody, you know? I'm just trying to like conserve my mental energy. It's a simulator based on comp and positioning. Yes, exactly. There are other like small caveats. Certain units have different tuning for this mode. Like a lot of abilities are auto cast. And you get things like everybody has a scan. You can pay money, cost minerals to scan. So if you want that extra leverage for detection, then that kind of becomes something that you're sort of sacrificing in terms of your economy. So like the guy was giving me a little grief because I invested in increasing my income at the very beginning of the game, which is seen as a weak move because you get a gold bonus for holding the middle of the map typically. So whoever has the line, they get a little bit of extra income. So people kind of see it as like, oh, if you go for the early income, then you're kind of just giving up the early game, because most people who play StarCraft don't believe strategy actually exists. You know, they're just like, oh, everything is just perfect. You just get the counter, you know, like you can't build an army with nuance. And then I usually build an army with some level of nuance, and then, you know, people kind of, their heads explode, sort of, so to speak. Yeah, my wave deals with that just fine, so that's what I really like about that. A little more anti-ground power, and I think we're good here. Yeah, people get pissed at me because I always try to use my brain. Stormgate is really fun. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped up for it. There's going to be an announcement about the third race in the PC Gamer show this weekend. So it's pretty dope. He's got a lot of Archons, so those are going to be pretty reasonably good against most of my stuff, huh? What would I even get in PvP for that? Maybe just my own Archons? Maybe DTs? Does he have detection, really? Not too much. I mean, they'd be pretty good against the DTs. If they were shooting the Immortals, it's one thing. Maybe the trick here, truthfully, is to just get more Immortals. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like that play. And maybe another Phoenix would enable the mutas to get killed fast enough to help mitigate. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of just like making more Immortals, for sure. You guys watch Step Brothers yet? Oh, you talking about? Oh yeah, you're right. They dropped a cinematic introduction. Yeah, I forgot. They put the trailer, right? The launch trailer or whatever. The cinematic intro to the game. They released that this morning. I did not watch it yet. I actually totally forgot. I was getting texts. I was getting some texts this morning about that. I totally forgot to watch it before I streamed today. I don't do reaction videos or stuff like that because, you know, most people just like fake overreact, and I don't want to do that. I would probably watch it, just be quiet most of the time and go like, okay, I mean, seems pretty decent for how far along they are, but you know, I imagine that's what I would probably say, because I certainly don't expect it. I mean, maybe they use like their marketing money to try and get like some better team for making it look as pretty as possible. But my expectations are that their focus is on making the game good, and I, as somebody who's invested, I don't care about anything else. So that's the only thing I care about. Make the game good. Don't waste money on any other dumb shit that doesn't matter. Yeah, these queens are thick AF. It's a nightmare. I feel like my observer. I feel like my observer wasn't seeing everything either. But damn, no, it's just that Archon ball. Is he stasis trapping? Is that what that is? He's stasis trapping my immortals. I gotta shift them around. That's the problem. I gotta shift the immortals around. The Oracle is stasising them. Yeah. Oh yeah, High Templar would probably be really good here too. That's a great point. A good point. Good point. Good call. Good call. Good call. Look, clearly, you guys are getting enough blood flow and oxygen to the brain to come up with some good choices. I think that is a good play. Eventually, if we don't break the smack and he starts to like snowball it, then it just becomes hell. Becomes hell on earth. You guys know in like that movie Rush Hour, they go to heaven on earth massage parlor. It'd be like hell on earth, and not a massage parlor. It'd be like whatever the opposite of that is. Chiropractor's office, maybe. Instead of fixing you, they just break you. Great part of that movie. Yeah, that's one of my fantastic. It's fantastic. I'll get you a new laptop. I'm sorry, Ricky Tan. He just agreed to testify at the embassy. What? Good times. Oh, I forgot I have everything unlocked here. I can put like cool stuff on my base, can't I? Or do I? I don't know. Oh, it's raining in my base now? Holy crap, that's kind of dope. Wow. It's like my Fallout base. It's like my Fallout. Okay, that guy did not spawn in time, so he's kind of... What do we need here? Yeah, the Phoenix Wars. Phoenix Wars are not going great. He's getting so many stasis traps, too. It's crazy. Should I just put the sentries up further up front? Is that how I help this? Maybe. Do I need my own Archons? Possibly. What do I have here? I guess we want Psystorm. Screens are going to be in hell and direct strike with all those feedbacks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Disruptor could work. I kind of like spamming out ridiculous, unfair numbers of immortals. So I'm going to have to see how long it takes for my ego to break on that. Maybe I just need zealots. I kind of want to start getting some zealots, even though he has charge lots, even though he has archons and all that. I feel like I just need something to get. I just feel like I need that meat shield. I just need something in his face, maybe to soak some of his pickups. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I don't care. Make more archons, bro. I'm calling his bluff. And I'm getting my tier 2 weapons. F the police. Can't stop, won't stop. Oh yeah. Summer Games Fest is here. Y'all are stacking now? Yeah, I think we're picking up some momentum. Don't forget this guy talking mad shit on me, saying this game was over immediately because I went gas first. People who can think strategically, all you gotta do is just figure out a way to make it work, okay? I am greedy. I get that. And yet here we are. Here we stand. Once again. Torn into pieces. Can't deny it, can't pretend. I just thought you were the one broken up deep inside. But you won't get to see the tears I cry. You lose your mind and your teammates gas first. That's fair. I mean, this is the first game of Direct Strike that I've played in probably like 6 months. So, like, you know, for an unranked mode, it's hard for me to feel motivated by somebody else not liking my strategy, you know. I win most of my direct strike games, and I don't do anything that people tell me to do ever. I always do some dumb shit, and I can win because it's kind of just about adjusting. It's also about forcing things from your opponent that they don't always want. Just because counters exist doesn't mean your opponent wants to have those things all the time and nothing else. That's one of those things that you can really flub up on if you miss it. I'm gonna take another gas because that's who I am. I never said I was a good person. No. At no point did we imply that. I'm working on it, but let's see. Oh wait, I got a Nexus? Oh, look at that. It's pretty cool. I don't even know what this is. How do I get rid of this? How do I get this menu off my... What have I done? What have I done? Where's my builder? Okay, we're good. I think we're good. Just more High Templar. Let's get a few more of those. A few more Zealot guys while we're at it, too. Yeah, see, we're going to win this. We got this. When you play one of these, though, I appreciate when people message me about what to do. Usually you don't know. As long as people are nice to each other. Like, it's all about being respectful. Like, if somebody opened a game and they said, hey, it's going to be harder for us to get middle control because you took the gas first. The reality is, it's still just a complaint. Like, they're not... Like, the person who takes the gas, obviously... is making an active choice to do so, regardless of whether or not you're going to tell them it was bad after. So, you know, you can kind of let people feel it out for themselves. There's an implied reason, there's a heavily implied downside to going gas first, right? People always say you shouldn't do it, but it's like, why, right? And then you think about the why, and then you can also realize that the person who goes gas first would eventually come to the conclusion on their own that because they do that, they have less actual units to fight and their wave always loses. So, like, you would just naturally learn that over time. So unless it is literally the guy's first game, in which case you also kind of ask, like, why would you even think that the person in their first game would need to do it correctly anyway? You know, people learn through experience. They learn by playing the game and seeing what happens, you know? There's no reason to be a jerk over an unranked. It's like your life's on the line. It's like Jigsaw put you into a trap and he's like, win a game of direct strike, and then you get put in a lobby with two people that go gas first and you're like, no! No! It's like, if that's your situation, then that's actually really horrible. It's really horrible and messed up, and I just feel tremendously sorry for you. If you're living in a saw trap, really, that's messed up. I'm sorry, bro. I really am. But I don't think there's one. No, we're cooked. We're cooked. That stasis trap is really good. I think that just absolutely Shrek'd me. The stasis trap was so strong. They're gonna pop it. They're gonna pop it here. GG. The key to good boneless chicken wings is actual pieces of chicken versus ground/pressed. Yeah, the only super heavily processed to death chicken that I like is my McNuggets, you know. And as far as everything else goes, nice little chunks of whole white chicken breasts are always very nice to have. That was regular direct strike. The thing about regular direct strike is it is also a little bit more vulnerable to those meta plays. That's kind of why I like to play the weeklies or the... That's why I like to play the weeklies. That's why I like to play the commander version and stuff. I think the more possible options that are in there, the less that anything is like too strong. SpaceX launch today was spectacular. Tight. Rocket ships are dope. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not crazy about the boneless versus non-boneless discussion, but I thought to myself that because that was my first thought, maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason why I need to put that question there. You get it? It's like I'm trying to fight my own inherent bias or whatever. Like the fact that I wouldn't even want to put that question up there, maybe that's the reason why I need to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's still going up. Jesus, man. What a day. Holy smokes. What flavor of wing do I prefer the most? I think based on the wings that I can actually get out here, my personal favorite at the moment is I like Wingstop's hot honey. The hot honey glazed wings at Wingstop are fantastic. I think they're like S++ tier. I think they're really good. You preparing for attack with Tempest and Carriers? Yeah, Vikings are pretty bad in mass air fights. Vikings are super overrated. They're really best at isolating targets on the edge of an army. That's where the Viking has its strength. There's a huge misconception that Vikings are actually the units that you should use for mass air-to-air battles. And those are all, again, misconceptions. Yeah, Vikings are really good at picking off isolated targets at the edge of your opponent's army. It's why they're incredible for TVT. It's why siege plays revolve around them. It's why they're good against Colossi. But as soon as there's a bunch of units, like Vikings, they just don't scale when you build more of them as well as other air units. Because they're overkill, but then they're so flimsy, they're crazy vulnerable to AoE. So it's like, the more of them you build, the more vulnerable they become to the AoE. So it's like a reverse. You're kind of getting like a declining return on, and all you're getting is a more chance to one-shot something. But if you eat any AoE picking off your first target, then it's like, Vikings hurt, man. It hurts to lose them. It hurts to lose them a lot, I think. Yeah, I like regular chicken wings. I think regular is what I go with. I mean, I love chicken tenders, but I wouldn't always get them. You know what I mean? There we go, baby. There we go. Power level 2 right off the bat with the gas first. You know why? Because I'm a bad person. And I do things that I want to do. And I don't worry about whether some guy I've never met on the internet is going to have a problem with that. And then we go Kerrigan next. I got Kerrigan. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'll be nice and I won't go straight to tier 2. I'll get Kerrigan first. You love buying a platter of Costco wings for the air fryer and using every dip rub you can think of. Dude, that's what it's all about. You know, our favorite is still, and we've been trying to keep picking this up every time we can go to Costco. The Costco chicken chunks, the Kirkland signature chicken chunks are really good. You get a lot. What I've been doing with those is I put a little bit like canola oil spray on them, put them in the air fryer, and I do 300 degrees for 25 minutes. Because I like it dry, and I like it horrible, and I like dipping it in sauce because I'm a freak. I'm a freak like that. Katie and I, you can get it really, really well cooked without having to scorch the outside of it. So we just go for more time, lower temperature on it, and it's just so good. It's so good. Put baking powder, a bit of baking powder on them. Oh, maybe I have to try that sometime. That sounds fun. Swap her melee abilities for ranged abilities. Oh, she's ranged now? I just had that option the whole time?
I am the sword.
Alright then, there you go. Let's get Kerrigan upgrades. I guess we want to get queens to transfuse her. Right? That sounds sensible. I owe at least some of my happiness to your recommendation of these chunks. Dude, they're so good. They're so good. They're a staple in your house now. Thanks for the suggestion. Dude, that's what I was saying. I got you. Kirkland doesn't sponsor anybody. Costco doesn't sponsor anybody. That's the whole reason why their stuff is so cheap. There's no way this could possibly be a subliminal ad from Costco. That being said, if I was a subliminal ad guy for Costco, that also kind of sounds like it would be awesome. But I'm not. I just really like their chicken chunks. And you can get really big bottles of vodka for like 18, 17. Get like 2 liters. You know how much I like my skinny drinks, so It's the little things. What is going on here? Kerrigan, she's struggling, man. She's absolutely struggling. I just gotta get 1,000,000 zerglings. Is that it? That's the mistake I made. I don't know why I bothered. I don't know why. I don't know why I bothered not just going straight to links. That was my bad. You made me type Costco when prompted for my server password just now. There you go. Now your IT admin knows that you're trying to pick up groceries while you're at work. It's over. It's over, bro. He's cooked. Our new Costco membership got it? Yeah. And now I want to go back there because they have these really, really nice cheap boxers, and I haven't had I think we just ran out of chicken chunks, actually. Now you guys got me thinking about my grocery list. But Nathan, aren't you the one who brings up food every stream and also made it the subject of discussion for the... Yeah. Yeah, this is rough, huh? The hammer securities. Is this Rainer that I'm against? The medics are brutal. Wait, Nathan, didn't you spend all your resources on this energy at the beginning of the game? Oh my god, yeah, go upgrade. We could do a big push. Go tier 2. Go. I totally forgot that I invested in this like 500 years ago. That's what he's getting me with. He's just making medics and spawning infantry dudes. That's his whole build. Alright, well, we could put a bunch of hybrid guys with our army for this next wave. I think things are about to get crazy. I got an idea here. This is about to get wild. All right. Yeah. Well, once we get to tier 2, we'll be able to put the big boys up. Everything is gonna be fine. Just need to get a few more Zergling guys, and then yeah, it's gonna be great. It's probably killing me on the upgrades too. I just got that one in. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, what can I supplement with this? Just get the Reavers. I get money for spawning these too, I'm pretty sure.
You're trying my patience. Not recommended.
No. Damn, we got absolutely shreked.
Metamorphosis complete.
Is it 1v1? No, I think it's 2v3 now. Like, it compensates in the wave turns, so our waves will just start to spawn faster, and I think we get a little more money. It's like mild comeback mechanic-esque kind of thing. No, I feel like we just got comp diffed really hard, especially with the fire bats too. The lings are not going to be great against those. Kerrigan, unit-wise, there's just not a lot. I guess I go ultras here or bird lords since he's got banshees. I don't know. Yeah, I mean fire bats. I'm not gonna pretend like I have a tremendous amount of options for the fire bats. I'm not gonna lie to myself and say that because it's not true. But yeah, we just yeah, and sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. I felt like we got a little work done there. It's just hard. It's just hard with that many dudes. Oh, he's got the behemoths now too. He's got the behemoths. Do I put the big siege tank guys behind here and then spend the money on what, more anti-air basically? That's about all I can really do. Oh, he's just gonna end it right now. Yeah, we're just dead. We might just die right here. It is close. Yep, there it is. GG. No, Firebat's absolutely wrecked us. The way that whole thing started was just a dumpster fire. I think Kerrigan versus who was I against? Raynor. First of all, I want to compliment his strategy because I'm not just here to be salty. All right, I want to compliment his strategy because I think what he did was about the smartest thing that he could have done, more or less. In that he went for. Did you see his build? He opened up with just medics and he spent his energy resource on spawning the bio units. So he basically he had such good synergy for his build at the very start. They cracked our bunkers so fast, our photon cannon, whatever, and they got the gold bonus from that. Like that was just a really good heads up play by him. I didn't have anything like that cooking. I didn't have anything like that cooking at all. And then Kerrigan doesn't really have any anti-air for the... It's like, if I just make Mutalisks, then he already has Marines. So it's like, I don't want to make Mutas into Banshees because of the Marines that are already there. So the only other anti-air is just the Queen. And then I'm like, I don't want to mass Queens either. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Yeah. Absolutely nuts day. Holy cannoli. Are we on Europe right now? Let's see. Let's see what it's like. I have my ladder account. I'm gonna switch to my ladder account that I have chat turned off on, so that way I'll feel less anxious about if I get a weird game. There we go. You guys can all see my password, right? It's Chicken Tenders 420. Obviously, Chicken Tenders 420 exclamation point. Duh. You know how many websites make you put that thing there? You got to put a special symbol at the end, guys. No, I'm just kidding. That was Katie's bank's password. No, I'm talking about the bank of Katie. Yeah. Completely unrelated, actually. They're based out of France, funny enough. Is anybody laughing? It's moments like those where I feel like I can just feel like that tap on my shoulder from like Jeff being like, let it go, buddy. Which has happened many times. That's happened many times in my life. The joke's dead. Let it go. Oh, there it is. There it is. Colossal dub. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. Fantastic. Well, guys, we won our first game of the day. We won our first game of the day. You could really say the ball is rolling. Sometimes they say party rock is in the house, but then you look around and it kind of feels like you're still by yourself, you know? But today it does feel like party rock is in the house. It's not just words. It's not just words today. All right, we got a TVP. I increased the font size of the music ticker. Not in the house until tonight? Well, I mean, tonight is really more of a state of mind than anything. Right? I mean, relatively speaking, if you were working the graveyard shift, cleaning up, I don't know, cleaning up the graveyard, I guess, then for you, your evening might be like 7 in the morning. I'm not here to judge you. And technically, you know, Santa Claus kind of uses this rule to cheat reality, but technically it's always nighttime somewhere. So if you to reframe your perspective and just be like, oh, well, actually I'm Australian today. Yeah, it's 3 in the morning. And I'm just like, what? You know, I don't know. That feels like the rules we play by these days. So just go for it, man. I remind myself, well, I guess the other thing I'm probably used to as well is I don't always get that level of scrutiny for such a statement. But you do bring a good point. You do bring a good point. It's facetious of me to say that they're here tonight when it is clearly not evening yet where I am, especially since I'm displaying local time. So for that reason, I mean there's just a lot. Now there are many and or several reasons why. So there you go. I'm coming for your gateway. Thank you, baby. Oh, this guy's lagging hard, man. He's got that Fisher Price. He's got that Temu CPU. He's got that. He's got that. Temu CPU. Oof. Is my audio not on? Oh yeah, I just had it low. Sorry. Get more meat per weight with boneless wings. I think it depends on where you go as well, though. Some places go really heavy on the breading. Like, I'm gonna just be honest here. I'm gonna open up, guys. I'm gonna make myself a little vulnerable, and I'm gonna say that when I go to Buffalo Wild Wings, if I don't want bone-in wings, I don't get boneless wings. Not there. Because I feel like that they have that issue where it's like the calories on their boneless wings are so much higher than their non-boneless that I just wonder what the hell is in their breading. And maybe that's not fair of me to put on them. But either way, I get the naked tenders at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's what I get. And that's just literally straight up grilled chicken with, like, I don't know, maybe hardly any seasoning, but then you get 2 sauces on the side. And I get a little bit of spicy garlic, and I get a little bit of whatever the other one I want is. Usually it's like a medium or something else like that, so. Well, the reason why boneless wings have more calories is because they're breaded. Like, there's a pretty huge misconception that people have that, like, meat is generally calorie heavy, which is not true at all. In fact, like, eating clean meats that are just, you know, salt and pepper and grilled, if you're having basic stuff like grilled chicken salads, like, that's the chicken there is such a insignificant part typically, especially since usually if you're eating clean meats, you're getting other nutrients that you really need. That particularly, like, you know, like women usually, it's pretty common for women to be anemic and not have enough iron, you know. Socially, I don't think it's pushed as much for them to eat meat and stuff like that, but it's like you get iron from meat, you get a lot of protein from that, kind of energy that can take a little bit longer for your body to process, so it lasts longer throughout the day, so you kind of get more of an even burn of your energy when you have protein in your diet.
What's going on?
Base is under attack.
So, you know, my favorite way to lose weight is to just try to eat meat a bunch, and then instead of having, like, the biggest things that are gonna kind of make it tougher are usually just things like if you're putting a lot of, you know, barbecue sauce. So I get the 0 sugar Sweet Baby Ray's I get the sweet and spicy version of it, but I get the sugar-free Sweet Baby Ray's. I love that, man. I love that. But otherwise, if you want a full flavor and you don't want to have to settle for, like, the crappy diet version of what it is that you want, then truthfully my best recommendation is to go for spicy, because most peppers and spices and seasonings and spice juices and all that, they're actually almost all low or no calories. Like, it's very, 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 if you look at a bottle of Red Hot, it's 0 calories. Red Hot is 0 calories. I don't know if that's scientifically 100% true. Maybe it's like the Pepsi thing. You guys remember when we were younger and, like, they had to show Pepsi was 5 calories and not 0, and then they just changed the rules on the serving size amount, and Pepsi diet drinks all suddenly became 0 calories instantly, you know? So it's a per serving thing. But here's what I'm gonna say. Are you really gonna try and argue with me that, like, 1 or 2 servings of Red Hot is worse than you know, pouring barbecue sauce over the food? No, obviously that's not it. So my point is that typically spicy foods provide a great alternative for dieting because a lot of them are antioxidants and will clear you out, you know, but also generally speaking, they're very low on calories and they don't have carbs or anything like that. If you mix it with stuff, that's a whole different ball game. But generally, if you go for something that's spicier instead of sweeter, it's going to have a lot less calories. So, me and my wife, we're big on spicy foods. We love all of that stuff, and it's one of those things that allows us to have meals like that we really enjoy. And we do the barbecue stuff too, but that's the whole point, right? It's in moderation. It's in moderation. Same reason why we love sushi, you know? You just mostly just get straight up meat. Obviously, that's crazy expensive. We only go like maybe every 3 or 4 months now, but you're basically just getting straight up protein there. Obviously, the rice is all carbs, but you don't have to eat a giant bowl of rice with your food if you don't want to. You know, you kind of make that choice on your own. But that and wasabi. And you get wasabi and soy sauce. And like, it's a bunch of pretty low calorie stuff for a nice primo meal, more or less. How I like to think about it. Although Katie's the wasabi fiend, she loves the wasabi. I didn't even know we had wasabi in our place, and then she just busts it out. Here we go. Little John wants to live and wants to turn his coffin house into a nice upscale apartment. All he needs now are some galvanized steel beams, installed with expansion screws, borrowed from his aunt. This video demonstrates that even on the lowest of budgets, you can turn a battlecruiser into a hospitable home. There was a wild zealot attack? Seriously? No, bro seemed angry. He put his shoulder into that. He was trying to take the door down. In my defense, I probably should have built 1 to 2 of these command centers in my main base, or my second main base, whichever way you like to shake your martinis. But he's lagging too. He's getting some pretty bad. He's getting some pretty bad dips. I have not dropped any frames. Actually, my ping looks worse than usual. What the hell? Holy smokes! Yeah, what is going on? Normally the game, normally I have a 220 ping and the game shows 160, but now the game is showing 255 ms. What? Oh, I wonder if this guy is lagging. Interesting. Maybe he's also using the crazy fast repeat rate. I don't know. Yeah, I guess if he lags this much, that is it. Yeah. No, he's doing it again. Oh my god. Here it comes. This is insane. Oh, he's trying.
Complete. Base is under attack.
Oh, yeah, this guy's a psychopath. This is it. This is his whole plan. He's literally just gonna do this. Did you expect that? Can't make stalkers again. Uh-oh. I just need some galvanized steel beams now, baby. That's it.
Depleted.
This one is done.
Our SCV.
Yeah, all this stuff is still unpowered. He's cooked.
Lofi Girl completed.
Patching you through.
Some people like to die fast, some people like to die hard. This man will die both.
Base is under attack.
Whoop! I lifted it. What do you do now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Base is under attack.
Keep on trying, baby girl.
Lofi Girl completed.
What a strategy, by the way. Oh my god, he did take every base, didn't he? Look how many observers he had on the map. What the hell? What kind of backwoods PvT madness was this? I need to look at this replay. Actually, didn't he proxy me at the start? I just need to see this whole game again. What the absolute happened? That was bizarre. What a bizarre game. So he did proxy me, right? He went one gate, and then he proxied the second gateway. Yeah. So I shut down the second barracks. I shut down the second gateway. And then when the second gateway got popped, then he started the natural. Are we still going up? Oh my gosh. So he then works on the rocks to take the tower. Okay, that makes sense. That's pretty kosher. That's pretty normal. I just can't believe his build was nothing but zealots. Okay, I was actually about to ask chat, does he only take 2 gas the whole game? I think so. I think so, possibly. Maybe he feels forced to do more later, but let's see. Then he takes the 4th. So he just kind of goes up. I mean, his observer was parked over me, right? We saw that with the turret when he popped it, so he had some vision of me. He actually, we could compliment his map vision. There was no way I was going to catch him off guard. I don't know how my ravens missed the obs. Maybe I wasn't looking. But look at his army. He just has 38 zealots. That's it. That's it. It's just, it's just zealots. I mean, look, I gotta say, look, at this point, I'm sure this guy has heard it from everybody. So I'm not here to tell him to change his ways. I just want to say I respect the dedication to your craft. As the battlecruiser king, I have had in many ways. I have understood what it means to be criticized for simply playing a strategy that I enjoy more than others, even if it doesn't win You know, this is a guy that clearly understands that life isn't always about winning. Sometimes you just gotta aim move 50 zealots into a man's third base. Should have kept all my ravens at home, huh? Was that karma's? Oh well. As Cyril would say, brutal. If you down only zealots, why do you wait for your 5th base before attacking? Well, I mean, really, what the head scratcher, the biggest head scratcher for me is that he didn't even get a prism. Like, no prism, no prism being thrown in there. Like for me, that's like the number one. I'm like, why doesn't he try to slip it in from the side, like do a little round, you know, do a little holla back girl move? But instead, he's like, no, I'm gonna aim move 50 zealots into your face. Is it possible that there was a warp prism there that we didn't see because we were just looking at the main fight? No, we never make mistakes here. So chat would have called it out if that was the case. If chat didn't call it out, then it didn't happen, and chat's never wrong. There you go. I found a way to justify everything I say now by just saying that chat wants it. I'm getting better at this, guys. I'm getting better at this every day. You guys practically pressed the B button to build the battlecruisers if you really think about it. Yeah. I can't believe how laggy the Europe server is today. It's still kind of nice though, because I play so many different people here. I want to hold out. I want to hold out for like maybe an hour, at least another hour, and then I'd like to do some 1v1s on like NA or whatever. We'll see what other custom game lobbies are open. When is the PC Gamer Show? Is that tomorrow or is that today? When is that? Is that Sunday? Sunday? Oh my god, I gotta wait all the way till Sunday. Jesus, it's gonna be hard. Okay, well. Maybe I'll see if I can co-stream it. I gotta find out if I can still get permission to do that. It might be too late. It's probably way too late, but that's gonna be fun. Yeah, I just Googled it. I just Googled it too. I think it is Sunday. For some reason, I just thought it was already. I was like, oh, is it? I thought it was like Thursday or Friday. I don't know why. Because I think the reason why I feel that way is because doesn't Summer Games Fest start today? I just read that off of an email I got from Capcom. So I'm pretty sure that's why I'm confused. I'm associating it with the whole thing, but the PC section isn't until the end, basically, I guess. They saved the best for last, right? Right? It's not because we're not big enough to be at the start. Sorry. I'm gonna keep it together. I'm gonna keep it together for you guys. You deserve that. You see how I moved his drone off of that, by the way? He lost one of his gold patches. It's amazing. I mean, you have to, right? You can't just give that up. Gotta go for it sometimes. Yeah, troll phase. Yeah, there you go, for me. Yeah. You like that? Normally, I think that micro is a bit of a waste, but because that base is so specifically emphasized, it insists upon itself that you deny the resource income.
Command center upgrade complete.
It craves for you to work or block that gold patch. Look at me, I'm fully Giga Chad, just one per patch, baby. That's it. That's all I need. Don't be getting my workers mixed up here at all. We are good. We are good. We are ready to rock. No, that SCV I rallied, he's actually ready to build the bunker for the wall. We're fine. We are cruising. Well, to be fair, we're technically not cruising yet, as we do not have a fusion core or a battle cruiser, but we will be. The only effect I wish that my new soundbox guy had that it doesn't is the little, you know, I always really liked the, what was it? The little radio voice mod guy, but I guess I could also just get that normally. I already run Voice Meter Banana for I already run Voice Meter Banana to get my audio over the network, so I guess I could do that. Gold SCVs eat lunch at a different table than the blue SCVs. Oh, he's like, oh, I got sent to the gold mineral patch. You know why? Because they trust me with that valuable stuff. And the guy's like, what do you mean? You started the game mining blue minerals with me. And he's like, yeah, but I got sent to the other base. And he's like, well, maybe they needed the experienced people to stay at home and watch the fort. Maybe you ever think of that? You ever think the main base is more important, so they leave the better people at the main base and they send the, you know, the expansions. The expansions statistically always get blown up before the main base. So how on earth could you possibly suggest that the reason why you got sent to the natural is because you're better? Maybe it's because he didn't care as much about losing you on that gold mineral line that would get harassed more. So anyway, if you guys want to write that, the Terran sitcom or whatever, I think we just got a pretty good pilot there. Cold open. I think we just did the whole cold open right there for the pilot. That'll get people jazzed up. Have the conversation be interrupted by a story character. That way, the first time we introduce them is literally the punchline of a joke. And then but let's make them the most serious character from the story as well, just to really confuse everybody. He's gonna walk in and punctuate the joke, and then it's gonna play the trailer, and then we're kind of like thinking like Captain Holt-esque, honestly. Not that we could do obviously anything on the level of Andrew Barr, but because we're inspired by him, and we want to do the legacy of his memory, the honor of giving it our best shot to be funny and make good entertainment in the StarCraft universe, of course. I think we got something going on here. I think we got something cooking. Yeah, Captain Holt, goated. Absolutely goated. No, I feel like everybody's getting this lag. I don't know. Or maybe it is just me. But it's wild. I'm like, my opponents are cheesing me less, it feels like. So bizarre. This is why I like playing on EU. Just get a lot more straight up games. No matter how laggy it is, it's the last place to get straight up games. Ah! No. I was trying to aim move you away, not aim move you back. Look, I know it's conflicting. I know it's conflicting messaging. We're almost there, boys and girls. We're almost there. Nathan, you mean the part where you stop turtling and play the game? No. We're almost at the point where we start building our battlecruisers, and then when they're done, then we stop turtling and play the game.
Add-on complete.
Well, Nate, don't you think you have enough resources to, like, you could probably start building them now if you didn't just drop all of this? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Nathaniel's always been an unreliable narrator. Not because he's intentionally misleading, but because he just does not always let the buffer fill before he says whatever's in there. You always go BCs, but you change your opening depending on the map or something like that? Well, I don't always go battlecruisers. Sometimes it really depends, because I do mostly just like to dick around. But like if I'm doing a serious like 5-6 hour stream, if I go battlecruisers every single game, it's not always gonna work, right? So on some level, I gotta mix it up, because I'm probably one of the most popular Terran streamers, even as small as StarCraft is now. So I think that there's a lot of people who are aware of my strategies and my playstyle. So I have to go through like a couple different layers of obfuscation to avoid people recognizing me, or, you know, just kind of trying to orchestrate their whole build around countering my battlecruisers. Because obviously when people do stuff like that, it makes it really hard for me to deliver an entertaining show. Because, you know, on one hand, people are right that they're like, oh yeah, well, if it's you, then why wouldn't they expect it? And that there's nothing unreasonable about that. But for me, for my part, sometimes I'm just like, how do people know it's me, right? You get some weird DMs over the years. People tell you weird stuff. You're like, I don't know. Don't want to say that, though, because it makes you sound giga paranoid. But, yeah. I don't think people do super sus stuff like that. Not to me. Not anymore, anyway. But...
Upgrade complete.
Damn, he's already got Hydras and Corruptors too, huh? That's brutal. That's brutal. Yeah, so this guy right here, right? Like, it seemed like that guy just knew who I was, because I didn't really see him get a scout on me. So he rushed Corruptors and Hydras, even though he saw nothing, right? So could I like pretend like I made a mistake? Not really. He just did a Hydra Corruptor all in that was obviously always going to kill me, even if I had gotten BCs earlier. So in a situation like that, it's like, could I change? If I rematched him, would I change my opening? You know, like maybe. But here's the other thing: if he would do that, then it suggests that he knows me, right? Which means he either knows what my other builds are, or he would open the stream and see anyway. Because I'm a famous guy, right? So like, if you beat me, you would want to open the stream to see what I say about the game. So he would be like, oh. And then he would watch me queue, and he'd be like, oh, I can get a rematch against him and see it happen live this time. So even if he didn't initially intend to do that, it may end up becoming that way anyway. That's one of the reasons why when I get rematches against people, I usually just leave, because it's the easiest way to guarantee that I'm not being sniped or anything. I don't accuse people of doing that stuff, but as long as I don't rematch people, it's literally never a concern, because how could they, right? How could you snipe me if I'm playing different people every game? I don't think you can. Or if you could, it would take an unholy amount of work. Again, you'd be running a full-time job just to try and grief a guy that is streaming, you know, StarCraft gameplay in 2024 to... Yeah. Not much to tear down over here, you know? We've got a nice little secluded corner of the internet. I wonder what it's going to say my ping to US West is.
SCV ready. Bad news. What's SCV ready. SCV ready.
This is just a barcode Terran, so I'm expecting him to either blind counter me or cheese me. Those are typically the two things that happen.
SCV ready. What's going on? Will do. I'm going.
Command center.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
complete.
No proxy racks or anything. That's nice. That's a little upside. I was gonna say most of the time when I get a barcode Terran, it's typically Proxy Marauder, right? That one's very popular. I get Proxy Maraudered constantly. Well, sometimes they go for the corner. Let's see.
SCV ready. Who wants some?
It's going up. It's almost at 300 MS now too.
Now what?
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Agreed.
Life flight's here.
Well,
Confirmed.
it's all there waiting.
Let's go.
SCV ready.
I heard that. Take an effort, dropping off. Here you go.
Been waiting on you. SCV ready.
Loud and clear.
Who wants some? Ah! You scared me. Ready to flutter.
Or yeah, well, I don't know what build that was, but okay.
Coming through.
Oh, yep, there it is, right? Some weird. He wanted to battle cruise me. Let me guess. Oh, it was still in the oven. Had about 5 minutes left. Yikes. I got my middle mouse, my little camera drag, artifact corruption, texture corruption, whatever. I have to restart my game to fix that visual bug. That was nice. We went on the European ladder, clapped a couple of nerds, and for whatever reason, the undersea cables must be heavily saturated today. I have never seen the ping to Europe that bad over here. Maybe they rerouted where our net pings are going through, but holy smokes. Absolute holy smokes. Okay, let's get the game rebooted. It's probably a good move. Don't try to cruise the cruiser. Yeah. Well, that's what I like about the Cyclone drop opening in TVT. Even if people are trying to do weird stuff or like, counter my battlecruiser kind of play, the Cyclone itself kind of needs a specific sort of defense. If he had just kept trying to attack me, like if he kept trying to kill the units that I had inside of his base, I think things would have just gotten progressively worse for him. I don't think he would have had a very good time. Maybe BattleNet's getting DDoS or something. Even NA feels like it's loading a little laggy. No, my speed test still hits a gigabit, so I think we're good there. Don't think we're saturated over here. I have to replace my network switch with a 2.5 now. That's, we'll wait. Put that at the end of the summer budget. Let's get it.
Bandit. What's going on? SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Roger. Go ahead. SCV ready. Bandit.
His name is McDouble Enjoyer. Yeah, McDoubles are they're pretty all right. I'm more of a McChicken guy myself. No mayonnaise.
Yeah, whatever.
My wife loves the McDouble though.
SCV ready.
Oh, he enjoys it. Oh, I see. He enjoys. I don't know. I mean, maybe we might be trying to stretch it a little too much there. Might be trying to stretch it too much. Let's not Icarus meme ourselves into the sun. Let's take the W.
SCV ready. Bad news. Huh? SCV ready. What's going on? Ah, you scared me. I'm going. SCV ready. Good job, huh? Go ahead. Yep.
Hey, Lucas, you're happy for me that I cast it? Well, I did it for the fans, so I'm just glad you I'm glad you enjoyed it.
What's going? The Grim.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh. Man, was he just waiting there, huh? All right, GG. Let's go next. I'm just going to dodge him so we don't rematch him, and then I'll search again. But I think he just went 2 racks, right? He just went 2 racks Reaper. Yeah. As soon as he's in a game, I'll search for another match. All right. I'm just going to look at my phone until we get a game. Looks like my dog hair carpet broom. I got a carpet rake. Looks like it got delivered. That's very exciting. We have like a mini rake. Even though we have a really nice, really powerful, nice vacuum, I tried to use the mini rake. Oh, sorry. I tried to use the mini rake on the carpet after I vacuumed like 2 or 3 times, and it still got Lewis's hair out. Still got like a lot of dog hair. So I was like, I just need to get the full one that I can just push like a broom and just go crazy with. I can't wait. I'm gonna pull like 3 more dog worth of like full just dogs of hair out of the carpet today, and I just can't wait. I'm sorry if that's gross. Cleaning like that just makes me happy. Yeah. So it's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool that I didn't even know they had stuff like that, so that's kind of fun. Yeah, that's what I don't know what you mean by brush, but that's what I used. I used like a little brush on the floor just to kind of test it, because I saw some ads for like a thing. I saw some ads for a carpet rake, so I tested the brush on the floor after vacuuming, and I was like, there is definitely more in here than the vacuum can get, and that was kind of where I was like, okay. It was only like $10, so if it makes the air in here a little bit cleaner, then that's great, because Katie has a mild allergy to our dog. She just puts up with it because we love him, and she loves dogs. So it's gotten better over time. Do you guys think this guy's trying to snipe me? Is that why he's waiting here? Has he played? Oh yeah, that was his only game in 3 hours. That's why he waited for me to send the Reaper out of my base, even though he 2-raxed me. Damn. I play 1 game on NA and we already get... See, this is what I mean though, like creeps like this. That's just wild. That's just wild. I got 1 viewer that's just staring at me, waiting for me to press that play button. That's incredible to think about. Shout out to you, bro. Oh my gosh, Lucchesi, that's horrible. Sorry to hear that. I regret hearing that. That sounds awful. I think aside from that, what else have we been up to? Been doing some planning with the squad for the you guys know I'm going to be in Vegas in about 10 days, actually, for Zombie Grub's putting on a little tournament. Zombie Grub's putting on a little tournament. It's pretty dope. There we go. He's in game. Good boy. Good boy. So we've been planning out. We're planning out some of the stuff that we're going to get up to over there. Got a little StarCraft. Got a little StarCraft tournament we're casting. Little community fundraised tournament. Man, the OTA videos coming out from the Jets have been pretty nice, though. It's good to see everybody. Good to see everybody on the field again. Hopefully they stay healthy this year. Also heard that Dr. Pepper apparently surpassed Pepsi. Apparently Dr. Pepper topped Pepsi this year. Incredible to think about.
Bad news?
When the only thing you're known for is that everybody's like regrets seeing that you're the only option instead of the Coke brands. Yeah. Plus Pepsi never even got close to touching the freestyle systems. Like I feel like that was the nail in the coffin. Once those Coca-Cola freestyle machines were everywhere, like I don't know about where you guys live, but even at like the casinos and stuff out here, they just have these big Coke machines. You can just get whatever you want. I'm like the brand that they have, the brand power they have is unholy. I think their stock's like tripled in the last 3 or 4 years too. They're one of the ones that have had a huge rise up from all this crap.
In the rear with the gear.
Those guys are gigachads of the economy. They're gonna be, aren't they sponsoring that big McDonald's discount meal or whatever this summer too? I'm sure they're gonna make a bunch of money off that. Did you know Pepsi once had a Navy? I actually did know that. I did know that. I am weirdly aware of that fun fact. But you are correct. That is a real thing that happened. It was highly bizarre.
Huh? Right. Bad. What's that? Huh?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get excited. It's hard to get excited about Pepsi brands, I have to admit. I don't know where they went wrong.
Go ahead.
Who won the tourney? Which one? Do you mean the one that do you mean the dream hack that just happened, or that's the only thing I've really seen lately? Oh, Cyril. Yeah, Cyril won. The GOAT, the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, Cyril.
Command center.
The only guy that is good enough at the game for people to actually even debate whether he's the GOAT. Nobody actually talks about these other players being the GOAT. They just say that when other people mention Cyril, and that is all I need to know.
Armed in the rear with the gear.
I have never seen a Reddit thread debating anybody else as vehemently as people debate Cyril. And the only time people ever mention other players as the GOAT is when Cyril's name is invoked. You make a video titled, "Is Cyril the GOAT?" You're going to get a ton of views. People are going to come in. They're going to want to talk about it. You make a video titled, "Is Maru the GOAT?" Most of the people replying are either going to be Maru homers or they're going to be people being like, "No, it's Cyril."
Command center.
What he's done is just unreal. Cyril's an absolute monster. Fantastic competitor.
In the rear with the gear.
He's up there. He's up there on my favorite all-time list.
Bad news?
Cyril's literally got like a whole entire other full-time job now that he has to do.
Complete.
he still wins, still winning everything. Still winning everything. It's wild.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
What if he played another race? Oh, come on. Get that weak shit out of here. It's got nothing to do with balance, man. Look at all the other Zergs eating crap over the last year. The fall off has been nuts. The number of Zerg players, you know, maybe in 2019 Zerg was still giga busted, but and maybe 2 years ago. But I think it's you can't ignore the fact that all the other Zerg players that would normally be crawling up the ranks with everybody at these events, they're all firmly back in the middle of the pack. Like the top 1 or 2 players of each race respectively are typically quite competitive. There's an argument to be made for Max Pax, even though we have no evidence he's even a real human being. But regardless, the top players of their factions respectively in each region are all very successful. Clem is very successful. Max Pax, very successful. Max Pax, I think, is frustrating for people because he's your token Protoss player who is allowed a bunch of exceptions to all of the rules for the sake of having a Protoss competitor that exists at all. But aside from that, which I totally get that. If you're a Protoss fan, you don't actually have a face to cheer for. That sucks. That really sucks. But it's not like the top player of each race in the region doesn't do well. But when you look at the players outside of the top, then yeah, no, they fall off hard. But StarCraft also isn't the #1 thing that you know, you've heard about some like changes in practice regimens for some players too. But it's crazy too, right? It's crazy. Some people try to give Raynor shit because of he streams and plays a lot of League of Legends now. But like, Cyril's literally in the military, so do you really think taking a couple of hours out of the day to play a different game is going to be as impactful as joining the fucking army? I don't think so, bro. So the fact that Cyril is still better than him in this meta with all that considered is like, it's just head exploding. There's no logical reason why he shouldn't have fallen off at least a little bit, but he's still there. So to me, yeah. Plus, Cyril is still winning all this stuff, even though Zerg has gotten a lot of nerfs in the last few years too. So I think the game balance is actually about as good as it's ever been, but there's definitely a severe lack. There's definitely a severe lack of talent and motivation at the top level for Protoss players. I would still like to see Protoss. I would still like to see, if it was possible, a way to try and give Protoss a little bit of a lift up. At least just something, some general thing that everybody that plays it could agree they've just desperately needed forever. That isn't even maybe a big balance thing, but something quality of life, something missing. If it doesn't affect cheese, then that'd be nice. But if it affects cheese, then they can't change anything about the race because it'll make the problems on ladder worse. But you know, I cast Classic getting eliminated from DreamHack. I cast that match with Bayo. I don't know if you guys watched that match, but Classic literally started a fleet beacon. He started a fleet beacon and 2 extra stargates, and then moved out up the ramp outside the third base of the Terran player into like a full concave while he had 3 carriers building. It was against Cure, I think. I think it was Classic versus Cure or something like that. But yeah, no, he literally, and that was a game, that was a best of 5 that went all the way to the final match, by the way. So that actually was, it was a very long series. That went all the way to game 5, and he moves out across the map with 12 supply building in stargates back home when he's on 4 bases, and he basically just all-ins a Terran player that's got 3 bases, and he just dies, and that's it. And then the counterattack hits right as the carriers finish, and obviously they're not enough, and that's how Classic got eliminated from the event. He did it again later in the series. He had 2 really boneheaded move-outs. So it's like, on one hand, do those mistakes make him a bad player? No. Do those mistakes define whether or not a man gets an opportunity to win a tournament? I think so. I don't think that there's anything unreasonable about me saying that the mistakes he made clearly cost him the game far more than anything else. But at the same time, it's also fair to say that that is only based on the context of my understanding of the current balance of the game. So it is possible that there's a lot of BS that players still have to account for in their builds and strategies that they don't really feel like they have the right tools to deal with. That's still very much so a possibility, maybe even likely, but nobody cares about that. So if they just want to clickbait headline crap, they can post in their YouTube video titles. So that's what we got to work with. We got to work with clickbaitable titles. Yeah, it's just tough. It's tough. People forget that even though Protoss is dominating the ladder, it has nothing to do with competitive play, because it has everything to do with the nature of best of ones. It's just game theory. If you want to have a higher chance of winning against an opponent that doesn't know anything about you, surprise them. It's like literally how every episode of every superhero, anime, TV show, whatever, they all go the same way. It's like, oh, there's a guy we've never seen before. Even though we know we're going to eventually defeat him, we will lose the first time we fight him. Why? Because he had an ability we didn't know about. Guys, this is the most basic writing of all time. This is literally the most basic writing of all time. It does not take much effort to figure that out. And there's a reason why all that shit is very popular and people like to watch it and follow it, because people find those types of storylines compelling, whether you think it's basic or not. Sorry, I'm just trying to get as many cattle out. They say till the cows come home. I say till the cruisers go boom. I go meow, go meow, go meow.
What's going on?
Go meow, meow, meow. I go meow. The reality, guys, is that the game is 14 years old, and that most of the best players were always the young players that were really ambitious and hungry. That's the reality of it, and that those players are not really in our space anymore. That's one of the reasons why a lot of us, again, are super excited about Stormgate and all that jazz, is because there will be a lot of new young talent that gets into those games because they're going to see the opportunity of something new, right? It's just a symptom of the game being really old. A lot of people were willing to hold out, but, you know, Blizzard not being involved anymore is tough. When the entire game's ecosystem and your livelihood depends on a company that doesn't own the rights to the game, you're basically at their complete mercy if you're a pro player, commentator, whatever, right? You play ball with them or you don't have a job, so if ESL doesn't like you and doesn't want to hire you, you know, you don't work. That's it, right? There's nobody else. There's nobody else hiring people. There's nobody else giving out gigs, right? So as cool as it is that they run their league and their circuit, I think a lot of people very smartly try to diversify where they are when they see that, you know, they don't have job security. That's why everybody plays all the games. You guys maybe don't notice this, but the Zero Space tournaments we've already done, the Stormgate tournaments that have already been done, there's a really big commonality between them, and it's that Parting is the best player in all of the games. You need to know that. I'm trying to break through the fabric of reality to warn you that Parting is going to win everything in all of these games when they come out. I don't understand how he has so much time. I don't. He's just locked on number one. He's locked number one on the spot constantly. All the test phases, everything. He's just the best player, and He just plays all the games. It's mind-boggling. You know, maybe you don't see him crushing the ESL Weekly Cup because his plan is that he's hoping there's going to be a lot of community-run Stormgate events, and he's probably going to go absolutely clap everybody's cheeks when the game drops. I'm letting you know right now. Put all your channel points on parting. I can't. It's like impossible. It's just wild. It's just wild. All those guys are playing all of those games. All those guys are playing all those games. It's the same reason why I still play StarCraft. It's like none of us, nobody. It's like there's only so many opportunities in every individual space. So it's like if you can only do so much work potentially in StarCraft, and everybody else is also playing all the other games, then like the level of competitiveness, it comes down in certain areas, but everybody comes down a little bit because they're all playing these games too. So it gives an opportunity for players that are just focusing on StarCraft to potentially get an edge. But by only focusing on StarCraft, if you're not in the ESL Pro Tour, you don't exist. There is no other way to make money. So, like, that's all you get, right? So it's like, obviously you have a bunch of time. We don't have another. When is the Esports World Championship? The big Saudi Arabian tournament? It's in like August. So there's just nothing to do for June or July. You just have like a 2-month break, you know? But if there ends up being like a show match for Stormgate when it drops, I guess we don't have a date yet, but they said summer, so you're assuming that sometime around when that World Championship event is going to be happening, that this other game is going to be dropping. So it's like it's going to be really interesting to see how, like, if you ask me like what the most interesting thing about all this crap is going to end up being, I would just say, how does the launch of like Stormgate or early access, whatever they're doing, does that end up affecting it? Does it end up happening before? Does it end up happening after? I don't know. I think it's going to be really interesting that the new game is more or less going to be launching at a time frame similar to when this StarCraft World Championship event happens. Because I think a lot of people are curious if they're going to continue to do more StarCraft events afterwards as well. Hey Finra, thanks for the Prime. I think a lot of people are curious about that. We haven't had anything announced for next year, right? For SC2, for the next like competitive year. I think there's one more DreamHack that's already scheduled this year, but they haven't announced StarCraft there. So on some level, I think that the engagement that they get for that event is going to have a pretty interesting impact on what their plans are down the line. Hey, Fresh Coffee Pot. Is Stormgate 2 clans? I don't know what you mean by 2 clans. As far as factions go, like Terran, Zerg, Protoss, I think they're announcing the 3rd one on Sunday. I believe that's what Sunday's big announcement is. They're going to be showing. We're going to be getting to see what it is. I am under a legal contract with Frost Giant to not disclose any of their private IP or material or announcements that haven't already been announced by them, so I cannot say really more than that, other than I'm very excited about the game. I'm going to be streaming it a lot. I'm going to be making a lot of content for it, and I'm also going to play StarCraft, because having multiple different games to play will reduce burnout and keep my mental health together longer. So by being able to go between the 2 games, I'll never really be in a situation where I feel like I just have to play one of them, or I can take that break. If I'm having a bad day playing ladder, I can say, all right, guys, I'm just going to go play some just go BC rush a few games, get this out of my system. You know, being able to do stuff like that is going to be really nice. Although that game's going to have co-op as well, which I'll probably want to level everything up all the way on too, so we'll have a lot of stuff to do. Where can you go to see it? That's going to be on the PC Gamer show. PC Gamer. It's this Sunday. It's going to be this Sunday. I don't know what the name of like the Twitch channel or whatever is. I can tell you it's being hosted by Day 9. So if you like Day 9, if you like StarCraft, you probably know Day 9. He's going to be hosting the show. He's been hosting. Actually, I think Frankie did it last year. I feel like he took a year off for some reason, or maybe Frankie didn't get hired. I don't know. Day 9 and Frankie have been doing the PC Gamer show for a few years. I think they're both really funny. I didn't know much about Frankie at all before she started doing that show with him. But considering the kind of weird BS they made her do, like pretend to be a fake AI robot for a whole presentation, you know, she's clearly able to deal with being a person in the industry just getting told to do dumb shit that doesn't make sense. which anybody who's willing to do that for the show, for the sake of the show, that's how you know. That's how you know somebody's a real one. So I've always liked watching that. But they've done a bunch of Stormgate announcements and reveals at the PC Gamer Show for the last few years. So yeah, that announcement is this Sunday. I'm not being paid or sponsored by them, so I'm not sitting here with like a bunch of links and stuff ready to go out. I would just encourage you to check out playstormgate.com, which I think that's their website. Fingers crossed. I think it's playstormgate.com, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find links to all that information there. For me, it would be really nice to have another game that I can mix in and play with StarCraft. So that's why I'm holding out for their success, because their success is my success.
Command center upgrade complete.
I'm being greedy. That's true. I am. Looking forward to CD9 get into this one. Yeah, man. Exactly. It's just gonna be. That's what it is. That's what it is. You know. I think that's like the biggest thing. I think that's like the biggest thing about it is a lot of us are just, we're really excited for that next generation of those moments where people fell in love with StarCraft and we had the crazy volatility in the early game when the game first came out and people were coming out with all sorts of different strats and finding new ways to min-max and just, you know, StarCraft 2 early days were a really special time, and this is kind of basically be like that again, and hopefully we get to see more stuff like that, more opportunities. Because really, the biggest problem with StarCraft 2 is that Blizzard, even in this way the game is now, Blizzard doesn't give the tournament organizers really any direct partnership ways of being able to do stuff. And I think that as far as the publicly disclosed angles of Frost Giant's monetization scheme are involved, I don't see any reason why eventually we don't have teams or organizations partnering with them so that the organization that's running the tournament can actually make some money through the game, and people that are playing the game can directly support the tournaments or the players that they like. And we got really close to having some of that in StarCraft, you know, with like the voice packs, and there were a couple of bundles they eventually ended up doing, but they were limited and nowhere near enough, and there was nothing that was ever consistent because it's just the bureaucratic process at Blizzard was just such a huge pain in the ass, and the amount of hoops we had to jump through just to get some of that stuff authorized was really crazy. Frost Giant doesn't have the same level of limitations as far as basically having a collar around their necks all the time from legal about promising stuff. You know, they're a little more flexible. The whole point of Frost Giant not being bought by like a big company, and the reason why they do stuff like that equity raise and all of that, or at least this is my opinion, I'm not speaking on behalf of them, just to be clear, but as somebody who is interested and who is at least career-wise and my stream-wise invested in their success, I think it's fair for me to say that the agency to be able to do those things is a really big reason why they do that stuff. Because again, if they, you know, is it possible that EA might have offered them like 20 million for them to just publish on the Origin launcher? Yeah. How would you guys feel about that? Do you think the game would be DOA if you had to download the EA app to play Stormgate? I think it would. Yeah, I think that would suck. That would suck monkey nuts. So those are all the kinds of things that you just have to stay aware of. It's important. Damn. Yeah, it's just a blink all in, right? All right, let's go next. Kind of a waste of time. Idra playing a guy that destroyed his own CC. Yeah, that guy was kind of boring. Let's dodge him. I'll let him queue up. Oh, Zero Space. Zero Space is one of the other ones that people are pretty pumped about, but that game's not releasing until next year, to the best of my knowledge. So, while most of us are hyped for Zero Space, it's important to understand these games are not on the same timelines. They're not on the same timelines at all. So, my way of describing it, if you were like, Nathan, what is Stormgate? Like, what are they doing? It's like, well, they're launching into early access. You're gonna have you know, they've outlined what's to be expected when it launches in terms of at least being able to do like 1v1 and co-op type stuff, but they have a lot of things. They have a lot of things that they're building out, but they're gonna build out while the game is out, since they have more of a multiplayer focus. I think there's gonna be a campaign. There is gonna be a campaign. I think even a co-op campaign in Stormgate eventually, but Zero Space is more about the campaign. Like, Zero Space is trying to make an expansive, almost Baldur's Gate-esque, where they want you to be able to have, like, meaningful interactions with the other characters that you engage with in the game. So, their angle is to provide a really cinematic, engrossing experience, and for Stormgate, it's more about trying to give a little bit of, scratch the competitive itch that StarCraft does. At least when I think about why I like Stormgate, it's because when I play the game, I get that feeling. But of course, you know, everybody feels differently about different things, so it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all either. You think this guy's waiting for me to queue? My queue times haven't been that long, so let's see. He's not getting into a game. He just started playing 30 minutes ago. Well, that means he's probably not sniping us, right? So we just gotta wait another minute or two. He'll be in a game. Zero Space is more like Command and Conquer or Dune. You know, I don't play enough Command and Conquer to really be able to say that. If you mean Dune, like the Dune game that Roddy and I did that show for a year or two ago, did we? Was that a Dune game? Was that something else? Can't remember. We did some other kind of RTS game recently. I remember we got kind of asked out of nowhere, but I don't. Oh no! What was it? It was based off that Chinese shooting game, the Counter-Strike clone. What was it? I'm almost there. The neurons are firing. Counter-Strike clone that's extremely popular in China. I know this. I'm just on the spot. I'm sorry. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. We did an RTS game made by those people, and it was actually almost decent, except it was pretty clear that I don't know why they even made it. I don't know. They actually had a pretty fun beta. They didn't really patch or do anything with it, and then they just released it, and it was like, I don't even know what happened. It was surprisingly fun. Zero Space is a little tricky because it's again, yeah, it is built for more of that cinematics. Yeah, Crossfire Legion. Yeah, they made an RTS, Crossfire Legion. They just DM'd me and Roddy out of nowhere. They're like, hey, we want the two hottest StarCraft casters to do this game. So actually, I'm joking. Well, not about what was said. It wasn't said by them. We were reached out to do it by Take TV. Take TV told us we were both really hot. So I think that clarification is important, since I also respect Dennis and Naruto's their bodies. They're handsome. They're handsome individuals. So I gotta show, you know, real respect's real. So they asked us to do that. We got to cast that game, and it was so weird because the gameplay was actually pretty fluid. It didn't feel bad, but it was just kind of basic. Like, they just didn't have that much in it. So kind of ended up. There we go. He finally got a game. How dare we objectify Roddy? We can objectify him. The thing is, Roddy takes that. He takes that on his shoulders for us. That's how he shows us love, is by putting up with us. You know? He has an energy that draws people in, and yeah, I feel like that's all that needs to be said. Why wouldn't you want a piece of that? He looks like he smells fantastic. He's a clean guy. I lived with him for like, what, a year or two? He's a clean guy. Worked with him for much longer. Lucchesi, whatever you're about to say, I think you're about to make a really big mistake, okay, buddy? So just don't. I only got nice things to say about other people who aren't here. Now, if Roddy comes in here and tells me I can't objectify him, then I'm gonna say, well, guess what, Kevin? Then you shouldn't have left me at the altar. And then everybody in the room will be like, "What?" And he'll be like super confused. He won't know what to say, and I'm just be like, "That's right, that's right." And that's I use that moment of chaos to run out the door. Am I doing the telenovela thing correctly?
What's going on? What's going? SCV ready. Big job, huh? Uh-huh. You scared me. SCV ready. Huh?
Almost. Just nice stories about Mario and Luigi are missing. No, we don't do that here.
SCV ready.
Too many people take everything on the internet literally. I can't. No, none of that. No, thank you.
What's going on? Big job. Go ahead. Big job, huh? Yeah, whatever. Yo.
Somehow StarCraft people are trying to ruin Mario and Luigi for me. Oh, the brain rot. The brain rot.
What's going on? You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. What? Go ahead. Big. What's been waiting on you? Big job.
Super Mario 64 is like a top 5 game of all time, though. It's just too clean. It's too clean. Even if you think that old games need to be judged by modern standards, it just has so few menus to click through. I feel like that's just a colossal selling point now. The fact that you don't have to do a tutorial like every 30 seconds every time you enter a new room, you know? There's something about how you just pick the game up and just play it that really does it for me. There's something about just being able to pick the game up and just play it that just, I love that. I love that. I love a game I can just pick up and play. It's kind of why I like to play StarCraft. Even though sometimes it can be repetitive, even though not every game that I play is fun or enjoyable, at least it's like, okay, you know, I never know what I'm gonna get. I kind of just pull the slot and I can just pick it up and play, and I don't have to do a bunch of prep work or anything like that, because it's all just random matches against people that I don't know. So it keeps things very simple, very straightforward. Would I ever stream my first playthrough of Galaxy? I'll give you $20. And maybe someday. My goal is to expand my casual audience in Stormgate. I don't think I have any growth potential in StarCraft at all. So once that happens and we have people that are regularly coming in that are, you know, more in the I like to play video games but also RTS category, that's like the community I'd really like to foster and build, then I think it'll be a lot easier for us to do stuff like that, because obviously I'd love to play that game. I've never played Ocarina of Time, but I've also never had a stream where people kind of wanted to watch me just play whatever I feel like. So I think at some point through Stormgate we'll be able to get there, but I don't have it as like one of those things I'm counting on, you know. It'll be nice if it happens, but if not, also not a huge deal. But I have so much other stuff I want to do. Until Stormgate comes out, again, like I can't really grow it all, so I'm going to try a bunch of stuff in the next 2 months. I've got a lot of things I was working on, that's why I wasn't live yesterday. Some new stuff that I've been building. We're going to play the new Elden Ring DLC when that drops. I'm going to go for my S+ run on Resident Evil 4 this summer. I'm going to try and get the S++ rank. And then I'm also gonna go for the Infernal mode on Resident Evil 3 Remake. So I have a bunch of stuff I want to do that I'm kind of stoked about. It's nice knowing I don't have to worry about if anybody cares, because again, there's no room for anything to really improve meaningfully here until that game is out. So But once we get there, you know, I think it'll be really nice. The Stormgate streams we did were amazing. Everybody, we had so many new people come by and they were all really hyped and excited. But obviously those people are all, you know, they're like the non-jaded StarCraft fans that just kind of stopped watching it because it got old or whatever and they have other things going on. So it's like getting those people is really important.
SCV ready. Sure thing. Big job, huh?
But I don't think there's really any casual SC2 viewers on Twitch, or if there are, I think I've probably reached all of them, all of the ones that I will anyway. I did need one more command center with this, Nate. You needed to build one more CC here, you buffoon. Sometimes it'd be like that. Yeah, thank you, We Do. And again, that's the kind of stuff that I want to do, but I'm going to make sure that when I do those things that they're going to be good. I'm going to have goals. The reason why I specifically want to play and stream those games is because I have goals that I can set, that we can monitor and we can track, and that will make it fun and exciting and interesting when people are tuning in, because they'll be able to be like, oh, I can clearly see here, this is what Nate's trying to do. He's got a timer up, and this is going to tell me, you know, if he accomplishes it or not, kind of a thing. And but my biggest problem with streaming StarCraft is that I don't have any goals at all, right? There's nothing to really motivate me. I just play the game. I just kind of queue up and play aimlessly, which is not really like the worst thing ever. I played the game for 14 years and have accomplished everything I could ever hope to. So at the same time, it's like I acknowledge that there's just nothing really left for me to do here, but also I don't want to stop playing the game. Does that make sense? That's the most upfront I can be. Like, I think this is the most enjoyable game for me to just chill and stream and hang out with you guys, but it certainly would be a lot more entertaining if I could set a real goal. There's just not a lot that I want to do. I've gotten GM a million times. I've done it with mech, bio, bunch of stuff, right? So not to just sit here tooting my own horn about my accomplishments, but I'm pretty accomplished in StarCraft, so I just don't have anything else to chase.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
The NCAA game? No. If I thought they were going to release that a lot sooner, but as somebody who doesn't care about the NCAA football game, in my opinion, like it's just Madden is going to be out in 2 months, and the NCAA game isn't out yet. So I don't know what they're smoking. I don't know what they're thinking. If they were trying to get the people like me that are like, oh, I'm waiting for football season, they messed up anyway. The whole last month for me passed in like 3 hours, more or less. Ever since the Roaring Kitty guy came back, internet buzz has been nuts. Time's been flying. I feel like May lasted 2 days.
Job, huh? I'm going.
It's been wild, man. How do I feel about the new kick return? I like it when they return the kicks. They went for the XFL style, right? They caved. They caved to it was the XFL or the AFL style, right? Everybody starts further back and nobody's allowed to move until the ball is returned, right? Until the guy gets the ball in his hands. I think that's great. I love it. I love doing kick returns in Madden. I love watching kick returns. Two of my favorite players on the Jets historically are special teams specialists. Leon Washington I think he was one of the only guys that was even close to Devin Hester in terms of stats, and obviously by close I mean he was still very far. But Leon Washington had quite a few kick returns and punt returns for touchdowns in his career. I loved watching him. He could always turn any play where he had the ball in his hands, he could just make something happen, and I loved that about him. Same thing with Brad Smith. Brad Smith was, I think he was a Mississippi quarterback, and he got converted into a wide receiver going into the NFL. The Jets used him as a wide receiver, but they also used him as a punt returner. They also used him as a quarterback on trick plays because he played quarterback in college. Brad Smith was just one of the most fun players to watch because anytime he was on the field, he could catch the ball, run for a touchdown. He could catch the ball behind the line and throw it again. Like, they just did so much cool stuff with him. So I've always been a big fan of special teams because a lot of people kind of just dismiss them as boring, uninteresting plays, but the strategy that goes into like your blocking assignments and trying to create those lanes ahead of time, even though the other team is also prepping very specifically, but it's like it's kind of just magical because you only have so few plays to run. Special teams is so much more about execution. Like if you're on offense, there are so many different combinations and permutations of routes. Like you can permutate out an infinite number of plays almost if you have, you know, 3 or 4 eligible receivers on the field. There are so many different ways that a play could happen before if anybody gets the ball or they make the attempt to pass. But on most of those special teams plays, only 1 or 2 guys have a real shot of getting the ball, and there's no hiding it. There's very little trickery that you can do on a kick return. So you just have to have really good eyes, good vision. The guys in front of you have to hit their assignments really well. But for the most part, you're not tricking somebody on a kick return. Like a kick return is one of the most open-faced plays in the game, which is why it's so exciting when it blows up, because it really isn't the kind of thing where you ever see something crazy happen. You just see a guy like find his lane, hit it into 6th gear, and you're just like, damn, I can't believe nobody touched him. That's nuts. Then they go back on the replay, and the guy's like, yeah, well, you can see the 2 lead guys here. He drives one guy into another dude, takes out 2, and you're like, damn. So that kind of stuff is exciting for that reason anyway. Another Baneling bust, huh? Got the cheeky cheesy boys. Got the cheesy boys here. All right then. He's cheeky, that one. He did go pool first, so I shouldn't, I'm not like surprised, but it's not like in high school where it's just the backup guys. So in NFL teams, like special teams is interesting because the roster is only, I think now it's like 56 players. You can only have 56 players. So typically you want to have a starter and a backup for every position. So there's 11 positions on offense, more or less, 11 people that are going to be on the field anyway, and 11 people on defense. So you want to, you got your 22, you got 22 on each side ish, and then you have like specialist roles that get filled. So that would be, like your quarterback situation can be different for a lot of teams. Some teams will roster just 2. Some teams will have 3. They've changed some rules recently where you can have a guy that's technically not on your roster be activatable in the case only of injuries. So they did that to get around giving full roster spots to some guys. I don't know, but yeah, there's a lot of different ways. There's a lot of different ways that they do it, but more or less, the special teams guys are typically comprised of players that won't be busy during practice. So that's the whole point. The whole point of special teams in terms of like how you build the unit out is that it's got to be guys that won't be needed practicing offense and defense, because obviously your offense and defense are going to win you your games. You don't just win games off special teams only, although the Jets have quite a few times, and that's one of the reasons why, again, I'm still a Jets fan. But yeah, Bill Belichick had like a 20-minute answer to a reporter's interview when somebody asked him like why there's a roster spot for a long snapper. And like he just had the most eloquent answer that was more or less like, well, if you're ever in a game situation where you have somebody in a key role playing your long snapper and they get hurt, then you don't get to kick for the rest of the game. You can't run any of those plays because it's not that easy. It's just having a different guy try and hike the ball 15 yards. So he's like, it has to be somebody who can't get hurt. And that position is valuable enough that every team rosters a guy whose whole entire job is just to snap the ball to the punter or the kick placeholder. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to do anything else. So it's just one of those things where it is that important. It's just that important. So yeah, it looks like he just got Giga greedy after the cheese. So we'll just go grab that. We'll try anyway. Yeah, we don't gatekeep here, Millie man. So you're allowed to define your chicken wings or tenders, whatever. You can call them whatever you want. You can call them whatever you want. Whatever you need to justify answering the question. The only thing you need to justify is that you're answering the question. So, if you believe, here's a hypothetical example. If you personally believe that regular chicken wings are better than boneless chicken wings, just because you believe that boneless chicken wings are just chicken tenders and not actually wings, if that's the basis for your opinion, that's completely fine. That's completely fine. As long as that's how you feel, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We don't bully or gatekeep people that we don't share opinions of on this stream. That's why we do a question of the day. That's why we do it, baby. That's why we do it.
Research complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Bad news?
But yeah, as long as the basis of your opinion is an answer to the question, gives you an answer to the question, you're allowed to answer it on any terms. If you wanted to argue that bone-in wings are actually more like chicken tenders and that was your reason, I'll accept that too. Everybody may not agree with your opinion, but they'll respect you in this space.
Mineral field depleted.
And it's gone. Yeah, how about that, right? Nice save. Nice save. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? That upload show started to get funnier again, actually, towards the end of Season 3. It got funny again. We pressed onward. We pressed onward a little bit yesterday. Bow, bow, now, now. Bow, now, 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 now. Oh.
Mineral field depleted.
Whew, that was close. I lost control of that BC. I lost my vision on it. I think I was gonna give that one up for free almost there. Kind of a last second save.
Upgrade complete.
There's 2-2. They announced the release East date. Yeah. That's July 13th, right? We're like 10 days, less than 10 days. It's like a week away. Hey, actually, it's in a week.
What's going on?
Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. Big job, huh? What's going on? Go ahead.
Mineral field maxed.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
What's going on? Big job.
Mineral field
SCV ready.
field depleted.
There we go. I got quite a few corruptors. Didn't lose much.
We hear you. What's going on?
Yeah, 13th of June. Yeah, it comes out in a week from today. The new boys season. Todd, man. Todd was the first guy that told me to watch that show. I'll never forget. He messaged me like 50 times. Yo, D-Bag, you watching this show yet? Took us... I think Todd suggested it to us maybe 400 times before we finally watched it. It's pretty good though. It's a bit you know, bit gory. Some of the thematic elements, you know, assault sort of things that happen in there can be a little bit rough, but it's not something we've rewatched a tremendous amount of times, but I enjoy it. They've got a great gore department. Yeah, you're not strong enough to defeat me, bro.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
All right, let's see what he's got.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Nice. Yeah, he invests so much and gets so little. That's nice. That's a good play for us.
Bad news.
Getting this base again is going to be really hard. I think we'll just have to give it up for a little bit, but we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Was that worth the investment? I mean, you got to think about it from his perspective, right? He could throw away a lot, and there's pretty much no way he can lose this game because I don't have enough money to make 5 battlecruisers at a time. I'm only making like 1. So just based on the resources that I have available to me, there's really no reason why I should have any chance of winning this game. I would say that if I was casting this match and I could see everything, like no fog of war, I would say it's probably over. Like, they'd be like, oh yeah, Nathan's probably just, you know, he's about to be eliminated, so he's going to fight for it, but very little chance he'll come back. Like, that would be my serious analysis. But I'm not here to win this game, so I'm just here to entertain whoever's watching, so... I still have battlecruisers, which means we can still make some crazy shit happen, which means we should try. That was really unfortunate, though. He kind of caught my army in the corner of the map there. That's really bad timing.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Mount Rushmore of candy. Haribo gummy bears are great. I really like, I mean, in this house, we get the twin snakes. We really like those, the twin snake gummies. Yeah, it's hard because it costs a lot of money, right? With all the upgrades and whatnot too, so. We just have to get to a place where that doesn't end up deciding it too much.
Go ahead.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Yeah, there's enough gas there to maybe get us a little closer. Oh, he's going lurkers. Nice. Okay, that's simple enough. Yeah, he's just trying to break down the turrets, I guess. Yeah, he's crazy, isn't he?
Bad news.
He's trying. Give him credit for that.
SCV ready.
You like Sour Patch Kids? Hell yeah. Do I ever switch to ground? I don't know. I guess it depends on what I want to do, right? Like if I'm just going mass BCs and nothing else, then usually I won't switch. Like, you got to remember, like I said, like even if you think that what I'm doing is wrong, like your engagement still kind of shows that I'm entertaining you a little bit, right? So for me, it's like, I'm just going to do whatever I want, whether it's right or wrong, because you having an opinion is the point of you watching the show. So yeah, that's more or less it. But I know I don't adjust. I don't adjust too much. I don't adjust a lot. If I change my strategy for my opponent, then I'm prioritizing them over me. You know what I mean? And I don't do that. I don't want to ever prioritize my opponent over my own plan, you know. That's just kind of how I look at it, though. You guys probably get told if you don't do the same thing as everybody else all the time, you'll get in trouble or something, right? Yeah, I didn't have parents like that, so I kind of just do my thing. You probably get yelled at when you do something wrong, right? It's bad, etc., etc. I love my battlecruisers, though. Yeah, sometimes I try hard, but only occasionally. Only occasionally. I didn't stream yesterday, so I kind of just assume automatically I'm going to play worse because I took a day off. So there's just no reason to expect myself to perform even at my average level of ability, you know? So I just don't worry about it. That's all. I think, though, we are cooked. I think we are at the point where he's got a little too much. Right? Yeah, with the double spire and the 20 spores. He's very well equipped to handle them. Do I have a build somewhere that you can look up? I would check out youtube.com/Nathanias. I've got a lot of old stuff there. I kind of go over everything, but I don't make educational content or anything like that for StarCraft anymore. I'm mostly just waiting. I'm gonna go back into like the content creator mode when Stormgate drops. I have some very old videos you can look at on my YouTube, though. Most of my builds are there. They just haven't changed that much over the years.
Bad news? Huh? What's SCV ready. Bad news?
Any other nicknames? Well, I think a lot of people call them cattle bruisers because that's just switching the B and the C in the name. Typically, like the space cow name goes to the Ultralisk, though. So, yeah, exactly. It's been a long time since a game that kind of matches the speed of StarCraft has come out. Like, yes, a lot of other RTSs have come out between now and 2010, but like nobody actually attempted to make a game like StarCraft. So, and this game, obviously, Stormgate's being made by a lot of the people who worked on StarCraft, a lot of them. So. A lot of reasons to be excited. There's Age of Empires 4. Yeah, but Age of Empires 4 is nothing like StarCraft. It's not even close. Comparing those games would be like, to me, you're comparing StarCraft to Civ. You might as well. Age of Empires is a completely different type of game from StarCraft. I've never really understood why people feel the need to compare those games so much. Maybe they're just like self-conscious or something, but Age of Empires is awesome. It's just, for me, it's a much slower style of game that doesn't really quite do it for me. I also don't really find the unit diversity between the factions to be that interesting. Like, for the most part, people are fighting each other with the same stuff, more or less, in a different order. Like, what makes StarCraft really cool, and if more people understood this, I think the players would be a lot kinder to each other. But really, what makes StarCraft incredible, the thing that people just don't know how to put into words, each faction in this game is like playing a completely different game. That is why this game is so awesome. It is a huge part. It's not just It's not just the polish and all the other crap. It's the fact that it feels, if it's like players bind that shit to their identity. It's so different. It's so different trying to go from playing Terran to playing Protoss or playing Zerg. Once you've played one of them for a really long time, like unless you actively put in effort to do stuff like that, it's really, really tough. One of the things that I appreciate about StarCraft is that if you ever really did just want to keep playing, you know, like for example, when I'm playing StarCraft just for fun, and when my stream is mostly another game at some point, or I don't stream anymore, whatever ends up happening, then at that point, if I was bored of StarCraft, I would just play Protoss, right? Like I could just play a bunch of games with Protoss, and it's like I'm playing a completely different game, you know? Obviously, I don't do that on stream because it's not, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm working with in terms of my StarCraft audience is just people that more or less didn't buy into the insane shit over the last few years or have found me since then. But it's typically, right? It's typically people that just want to watch StarCraft, people that just want to watch Terran, people that just want to watch ladder games. So I do not believe, and I would never even consider deluding myself into thinking that is going to change until Stormgate drops. So I just kind of do this here because this is the easiest way for me to just play and enjoy StarCraft. But if you got bored, you know, obviously none of you have the pressure of people expecting you to do certain things or be a certain way. So you could be like, man, I'm so burnt out on playing Terran. Oh, I needed something to mix it up. Play Protoss, play Zerg. It's literally like a whole different game. It is crazy. It is crazy what you'll learn, what you'll have to like figure out, deal with. Like, to me, that is the magic, man. That is the magic. Yeah, it looks like this guy's just gonna little all in, huh? Let's go next. I'm gonna dodge him since he just kind of turtled on one base into Vikings. That seemed a bit like a blind counter type strategy, so I'm just gonna wait. We'll just wait for him to search. My carpet rake arrived. It's here. Fantastic. I'm gonna be able to pick that up once the stream's over. Hell yeah. Right on. Yeah, we can talk about StarCraft 3 when there's any evidence it exists. But if you'd like to speculate, my chat is not the place. The day they announce it, though, I'm right there with you. I can't wait. I'd also be fine with an SC2 remaster, personally. If they do that, they do want to remaster SC2 and just update the engine a little bit, give an alternate ladder queue that's a little bit more casual friendly, work like some of the co-op stuff into it. I would love that. I would love that. Or even just remake SC1. They should. They need to remake Brood War at some point. They might have to wait for all the original Brood War fans to grow old enough to not be able to cast their votes anymore or their opinions, but maybe in my 40s or 50s we'll get a Brood War remake. I can only hope. Can only hope. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's another YOLO update today. Fantastic. What's with the text on the screen? I don't know. I got nothing.
SCV ready. Bad news.
Have I played Homeworld? No. No. Is that the one where you zoom in? It's like a RTS and it zooms into an FPS? Is that game? Or that might be Total War. I don't know. I find most strategy games really boring, just to be clear. There's a reason I play StarCraft. None of those games scratch the itch. Like, I love Age of Empires. I played a lot of Age of Empires 4, but it doesn't scratch the itch. Like, the pacing of the game, being able to play like those 10-15 minute matches with a full army, like that's another big part of what makes StarCraft enjoyable. Less of a time commitment than League of Legends, more of a time commitment than a mobile phone game. Although I think that there's probably too many StarCraft matches that end in the length of a mobile phone game.
What's going on?
Our SCVs
That's probably one of the things that keeps people from wanting to play the game, right? Early game volatility has always been one of the worst parts of StarCraft. And then for professional matches, it's been one of the best, but it's so hard to it's so hard to like communicate that, right? The difference between ladder play and tournament play is just huge. It's huge.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Boneless versus regular wings. Yeah, you got to pick. You played SC2 since beta, but you really do like Brood War even better. Yeah, so what does that have to do with anything? They're both great games. Personally, I would just like to play a modernized version of Brood War that is a little bit less janky. That's all I want. I just hope at some point in my life I can play a modernized game with like vultures and science vessels and dark archons, you know. I would just love to play a modern take on that kind of experience. That would be awesome. Nobody here is putting StarCraft 2 versus Brood War. That's the kind of small-minded argument that we're not interested in this channel. If you're here, I'm playing StarCraft. You're going to be respectful to StarCraft, the game, and the people that play it. And if you want to separate StarCraft 1 from StarCraft 2, that's between you and your god. But I treat everybody who likes my game and my game genre with respect equally, because that's the bare minimum that I can do as another person on this giant rock hurtling through outer space. But yeah, StarCraft is awesome. StarCraft is awesome. StarCraft in general, in any way, is fantastic. It's one of the best franchise. It's one of the best PC gaming franchises ever. Hands down. StarCraft 1 was like one of the first big games that went international in the competitive esports thing outside the country where it was made. There's so much about everything that ended up happening with the way all competitive gaming would happen eventually off of a GSL. StarCraft 2 established such a huge sort of, and in a way it was a sign of what was to come and ruin the industry, but at the same time it was also fascinating that StarCraft 2 made esports look like it was marketable just because of how passionate StarCraft fans were. And people see, oh my god, wow, these big tournaments, this is crazy, this is wild, and they don't realize that it's like, for a lot of these people, you know, StarCraft fans would give anything to see their scene exist and stay. And that's really the most valuable thing about this whole entire game. It's the reason why Blizzard is short-sighted and why their executives are overpaid idiots who obviously have no idea what they're doing. Because in this economy, look at a company, here's a great example. Look at another dead company, right? That's only held afloat by all the people that believe in it, like GameStop. If you didn't have all these people, years and years of just holding this shit, telling themselves it was going to blow up, God knows what would have happened. But the reality is, apparently, there's a crazy amount of people out there with hands made out of solid diamonds. The most valuable thing that GameStop owns is their community. And they don't own it. But that's literally the thing keeping them afloat, is that there's an entire fucking cult of people who will stop at nothing to see this company come all the way back, right? And that's powerful, that's valuable. What Blizzard doesn't realize is that they have that, and they just don't care. So that's the tough thing. But even if Blizzard had no feasible way to make money off of this game, they could easily just push all their charity initiatives through StarCraft because of the amount of people here that care about it. Like, how easy, if you wanted to get an easy dub with this place, you could just run literally like the smallest thing. Be like, hey, we're just going to do a little charity tournament. We got some of your old WCS peeps going. We got some great players, and you guys are going to be able to buy like a portrait for this. Blizzard doesn't even have to end up developing anything real for the game. They're just like, hey guys, we're doing a charitable initiative for like cancer research, and StarCraft is a part of this thing for us. But they don't leverage their community at all. They don't even try to take advantage of the community in ways like that. They just give them absolutely nothing and radio silence. And that's how you know the people in charge are, you know, they obviously don't understand, because again, maybe they can't make money off StarCraft, but the most valuable part of StarCraft is not, it's the community. It's the fact that there are a crazy amount of people who on a dime would throw tons of money or tons of effort, tons of unpaid labor into trying to do that stuff, right? That's the reason why the Frost Giant and Stormgate guys have been able to build their projects and Zero Space, because the community has started to come to the point where they realize that obviously Blizzard isn't going to come back. So people are starting to look for alternatives. That's what happens. You know, if I don't turn on my Twitch stream for 3 weeks, I bet you a couple of you guys will find somebody else to watch it this time, right? You're not just gonna stop watching streams forever if I'm not on. That doesn't make any sense.
What's going on?
That's essentially what's happening to StarCraft.
Armed and ready.
It's still a great game, but again, there's nothing to be excited about. Even a Blizzard-sponsored charity show match or something in like SC Evo cost them nothing, right? It would cost them nothing, and people would be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're doing something with our game," you know? But instead, they'd rather just leave one of their most like active communities of people that are super hardcore. They'd rather just completely not leverage them at all and let another company take everybody. Like, depending on if Stormgate can get ESL to run their stuff, since Blizzard doesn't support them at all with like EPT and they don't even cover any of the prize money, like it's a pretty raw deal for ESL. Truthfully, StarCraft 2 is just cheap to run because it's 1v1. It's not like there isn't about to be other opportunities for 1v1 games that are going to be hyped big time. Like, it should be a legitimate concern for Blizzard that ESL stops running their game and their tournaments and their league. But it's not. So, again, mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
State your request. This vessel
Mind-boggling. But yeah, as I've already said, I think that the other big reason, again, remember guys, the people making Stormgate wanted to make StarCraft 3. And it's important for you to remember that the only reason that the only reason Stormgate is even being made is because Blizzard told these people to take a hike instead of make StarCraft 3. That is what happened. As much as the copium or whatever your unresolved childhood trauma that makes you just hate things and you can't control it. The people who made what you love, they already asked, guys. They literally already tried to make it happen. That's the biggest thing that the jaded StarCraft fans don't get. Is they literally went up to them and were like, "Bro, let us make this fucking third game or release more SC2 stuff." And they said, "We would rather pay you to sit around and literally do nothing." And that is why Stormgate exists. It's just, I don't know. People just don't get it. They just don't. People just don't seem to understand. If it was gonna happen, these same people making Stormgate would have been making it. So most of the arguments are just really, they're just really bad faith. And again, I assume it's just because people are jaded because, you know, obviously there is a quality difference when you don't have billions of dollars backing a company so that they can take their time to make the game perfect. StarCraft 2 was obviously extremely polished. You know, Frost Giant, they run into heat and stuff like that, but that's the problem. They're prioritizing making sure the game is good. The graphics aren't that important. Eventually, the graphics will get where they need to be. But if the gameplay is poor and people boot up the game to play it, you know, I personally, and maybe some of you guys have had this experience, but I've played a lot of video games in my life, and I don't know about you, but if you're in the chat and you've ever played a video game with bad graphics and you didn't care, raise your hand, because I think there's a lot of really great games, and especially for some of us older people, you know, isn't it a little facetious of us to pretend like Brood War is this perfect game because it's old, and then we're like, oh, this new game doesn't look like a modern game, even though we all say we prefer the really old game? Like, aren't you just like telling like two lies within the same sentence to yourself if you say that? Because I don't understand how the graphics can be such an anal thing for people when, again, they're trying to put together a AAA level project on a relatively shoestring budget. Like, it's just kind of crazy. But I assume that also just comes from ignorance on not understanding how game development works too, so. Not necessarily malicious ignorance, but just general, right? You've got a life, maybe kids, maybe a job, maybe you can't follow Frost Giant Twitter, right? Maybe your employer runs VPN software on your computer and doesn't let you use social media, so you just never know anything. I get it. But, yeah. If there was gonna be a StarCraft 3, the people that made it, they're making Stormgate. So, you know, cope in whatever way you need to. That helps you deal with the hardship of life, but don't pretend like you got denied something else by these people, because they are the exact ones who tried to give it to you. So when I see these jabronis and these clowns go hate on Frost Giant and talk shit on their game and how SC3 would be better, I'm like, this kind of disrespect is maybe my least favorite thing about StarCraft. Very, yeah, there's a lot of very hateful speech directed their way. They were the only people that could have made it, and they did try. People got to be a little kinder. Whether you believe the game will be good or not is one thing, but yeah, no need for the weird stuff. No need for the weird stuff.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, League ended up changing completely. League of Legends was a game that they raised money for. They bootstrapped. Do you guys know Total Biscuit has his own item in the game? Because he backed the development of it forever ago. Yeah, that's pretty dope shit.
What's going? Bad news?
What is it?
He paid to have a champion named after him, and they just never ended up doing that because the game got too popular, so they made him an item. You can get him every game. It's pretty cool.
Mineral field
I know none of you guys play League of Legends, but you like Total Biscuit, so I figured I'd fry your brains by putting something you like against something you don't.
In the rear with the gear.
Yes, Commander.
But even he understood that casual games, you know, and supporting those audiences and those players was always super important. Yeah, well, you know what, Drain? I don't think you've played the game, so you're free to say whatever you want, but I think you're misinformed, and I think your comment is needlessly combative, but you do you, bro. Now let me ask you a real question, Drain. Are you more of a boneless wing guy or bone-in guy? Like, let's say that you were in the episode of The Walking Dead where Shane kills the Cletus guy that shot Carl in the woods at the start of season 2. Let's say that you didn't jump out of the gym window, so your leg is totally fine and you don't need to shoot him in the kneecap to get away. But instead of one guy, it's actually boneless wings and regular wings with bones in them. You can only save one of them. The other one gets their knee shot out. So which one are you going to pick? Remember, you can get away just fine. You're going to be totally fine. But only one of them can get away because yeah. They're both hurt, so you have to help one of them, but you can only help one. So who are you saving? You're saving the boneless wings? Okay, good.
base is under attack.
I find that conversation subject much more stimulating than arguing about whether unreleased video games look polished enough. The graphics can always be fixed. Graphics can always be fixed. If the game is really good, what's going to happen is, and StarCraft fans, perhaps one of the reasons why StarCraft fans are so nervous about this is, again, because they don't interact with other gaming communities or spaces. But basically, every good game that you guys hear and see about, they pretty much all started with this same exact, like, nothing at all is happening. It's just very much like a low-level thing. Shitty graphics, project doesn't have a tremendous amount of weight behind it, etc. Like, that's how they all started. All of that big stuff. Like, Blizzard fans have historically been very spoiled because they spent a lot of time making StarCraft 2. Like, yes, you did get a completely finished product. No, Stormgate is not going to launch as a completely finished product. At the same time, the people being left behind, what they don't realize is that nobody actually expects this game to be completely done anytime soon. Because everybody else who actually has any awareness of the overall gaming ecosystem knows that this is how everything gets made nowadays. Everything good in the everything good on the market right now, everything people are playing is the same way. Fortnite was the same thing, man. This is the absolute same thing. Shitty, the graphics looked horrible, there was hardly anything to do. It was just this big empty map where people kind of walked around, and then you built random garbage, and that was it. And then that game has completely evolved into an entirely different entity all on its own. They ended up turning a survival builder game into an entire metaverse. They've got like 3 or 4 games within that game. And half of those games have more players than the original mode. And the very first original mode they don't even advertise it anymore. It's ridiculous. It's wild, man. That guy kind of played a weird game, so I'm just gonna dodge him. Yeah, that was his first game in 3 days. Let's wait for him to queue up and then we'll search. It felt like he just kind of I didn't see any observers. I scanned a bunch, but he just waited for me to try and land my base and just dove on it. So I'm just like, if that's how he's going to play, I don't want to rematch him. So thank you for understanding. You like normal wings? Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. SC1 originally was just Warcraft 2 with space skins. So that's what I say is that right now, every successful title had at some point some rockiness in its launch. League of Legends is still using the same client they originally launched with, like to play the game. The phone game is more advanced than the PC client because they can't afford to lose all the players on shitty PCs from when the game first came out. That is literally the trap that they are in, you know? So it's like, it's crazy how they cater to that audience. They try to cater to the people that show up and tell them what they're doing wrong. And when you actually listen and you pay attention and you don't just pretend the fans are idiots because some guy on social media who's completely anonymous sent you a DM, which doesn't mean anything. More than half the accounts on any website aren't even real. Like, bots are everywhere. You see this insane spam shit all the time. Like, you can't take every random thing out there super seriously. But generally speaking, the problems are apparent when you just when you take an objective look at what everybody's saying. There are some things that maybe there are good or bad points against, but if everybody's talking about it, it's at the very least worth looking at. That's another reason why StarCraft is hurting in terms of players and users and viewers, because you look at what the conversations are and it's like almost always this, oh, people are smurfing, and you're like, wow, suddenly everybody starts to realize that the fact that unranked queues versus ranked and you can just leave an infinite amount of games and never have to worry about losing your other matchups, like people are suddenly realizing this is a bad thing. But you know, you see this discussion everywhere. There's not really any way to address it, but it is a way of knowing that that's a big problem in the space. Whether you agree it's a problem or not doesn't matter. People talk about it enough that it's worth having a conversation. It is. And the same thing with like, oh, I haven't seen a Protoss player win a playoff match in a LAN event against a Terran outside of Korea in like, what was it, 137 series or something ridiculous. But like, if you just zoomed out as far as you could and just try to say like, what are the 2 biggest problems in the whole space? Like for StarCraft, in terms of the game, like just the game itself, it's the fact, it's the whole Protoss thing, because they have too many cheese builds for ladder, and then all their tier 3 units suck, so they can't win a tournament. So it's like that in a nutshell is the entire problem with Protoss. And then, well, what's the overall issues with StarCraft? Well, Blizzard doesn't support the game, and the tournament scene has been completely monopolized. So that gives no ability for there to be a discourse on the positives or negatives of certain things, right? You just have everybody just kind of has to quietly avoid talking about anything that could be controversial, because there's only one place, one source for all opportunity, and it's not the person that owns the game. So you're kind of beholden to a different standard of a completely different organization and hierarchy that's a lot less public and open compared to the company that made the game, for example. So there's a lot of different angles to it, but everybody kind of feels the pressure in the same way, right? But like, those are pretty easy things to see just from, you know, at a glance. Those are more or less the at a glance things. There's not a lot happening. There's one company owned by a government of a different country that runs everything. It's not, the tournaments are not run by a regular public company. They're not run by a regular private company. There's nobody else that really competes with them in the space. So it's like, that's just something that people put up with. Does that mean that ESL is bad? No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to mean anything like that at all. But what it does mean is that the biggest thing, one of the biggest things that the StarCraft community needs more than anything is somebody else to run tournaments. Somebody else that could find a way to make a buck off of it. But that's the problem, because if you don't have access to Blizzard, then you don't have access to any way to actually profit in the game. Then what you're really trying to do is just sell advertising, which, as we've seen over the years, is not a way to build any kind of sustainable broadcast long term. So how do you do it, right? How do you compete with people that don't care about making money? Well, you can't. You can't compete with people who don't care about making money unless you don't care about making money. So unless you're the guy that what's Roaring Kitty up to now? $500 million. So unless you got $500 million in game stock you just sold this last week, not a lot of people can afford to just run LAN events for StarCraft events. But eventually I think that's what it's going to turn into. I think in the future gaming will be popular enough that that'll probably be what the ruling class does for the lulz, at least the ones that grew up as gamers and TikTokers anyway. That'd be the way. That'll be the next way billionaires flex. Right now they're doing their own UFC fights, but eventually they'll have their own tournaments for the lulz. Who knows? Most stuff is going to be community or fan funded in that way, I think. Pretty big paradigm shifts in the industry though. Especially since games largely started getting developed outside of that. A lot of the big titles come from these smaller companies that just rely on the fans believing in their vision. But there's very little a company can have these days that's worth more than their community and their base.
Add-on complete.
Yeah, there are a couple millionaire content creators that own esports teams. It's a great point to bring up. That's already a big part of how it works.
Add-on complete.
But that's like the interesting thing too, is because of the homogenization and like, if you guys aren't aware, maybe if you work in a niche industry, you can relate, but gaming is a small space in terms of how many people are in it, where people go between companies and between jobs, and how many people that actually do certain jobs exist. And it's pretty typical. It's pretty typical in this space as well. You know, a lot of people you'll work with multiple times over the course of a career. Oh, he's going ham. Cheesy boy. All right, he can have it. He can have it. I don't think we're going to get to build BCs, so let's go next. I'll just dodge him since he doesn't want to play a game. We'll get one of those macro players eventually. I believe. I believe in us. Yeah, that all of those different things, man. Like, there's so many different factors in play. There's so many different factors in play for all of that. But the best chance for long-term health of like the StarCraft competitive scene is that some super rich guy just decides to find a way to spend his money as efficiently as possible to support a league. That is what you want. That is what you are counting on. Because as long as it's owned by a corporation, then the people in that corporation can change at any time, and then you lose everything. So you can't really rely on people that work for corporations because they don't actually have any power. You like the time and date graphic? Thanks, man. Thanks. But yeah, like the whole entire point of like basically everything in life is that we improve it over time and find ways to make it better. And oftentimes that happens off the back of constructive feedback and sometimes unconstructive feedback. I'm pretty sure, you know, the people that make those games as well, it's not like they don't hear the things that people say too. So I wouldn't assume that the Frost Giant people are oblivious about the art style complaints people have made. But again, it is one of the least important parts of the game right now. I think Heroes of the Storm is still around. I think the game still exists. Did they turn the servers? I don't think they turned the servers off for it. They started updating it again recently, didn't they? Think so. No, I haven't seen the cinematic yet. I'm going to check that out after the stream. Hey, Lucky, you're a Jets fan too? Hell yeah, man. That's why I got my my account name on this one. I think I got Brees Hall. But yeah, the biggest failure of the esports industry is that there was an assumption made that people wanted to watch competitive versions of every game, which is completely wrong. What was true and what is still true is people who really enjoy playing competitive games want to support them. And that's more or less it. StarCraft has existed because people really care, you know? They really care about this game. And it's a very unique game. There's not a lot of games like it. There's a lot of first-person shooter games out there.
Move it. What's going on? Huh? Will do.
There's a reason why there's not a bunch of competitive FPS circuits that are all making money. All of them are being, I mean, at this point, again, basically everything that isn't being run by ESL is all being run by first-party companies. Nobody can afford to even exist as their own entity in the space anymore. You're either a first-party developer that spends your marketing budget running esports for your game, or your game doesn't have a scene anymore. StarCraft is the rare exception, because even though the game was abandoned going into this year, or going into last year, the game was completely abandoned by Blizzard. They don't pay for GSL anymore. They don't pay anything to the prize pool for EPT anymore. They used to split all of that 50-50. So Blizzard would cover basically half of everything as long as their partners could come up with the rest.
What's going on?
Not having that support at all for anything for any initiatives or tournaments to exist though that's the toughest thing. I think that's the toughest thing. That's probably the reason why StarCraft fans are a little bitter and angry. It's not their fault, but it does suck at the same time.
MCV ready.
But yeah, people are passionate about things that they love. People loved StarCraft before StarCraft was a competitive game. StarCraft 2, StarCraft 2 is an ugly example because they burned a lot of goodwill with StarCraft 2 because they tried to make it competitive first before making it a good game, and that was the biggest mistake that the developers ever made with this game, and probably is the biggest reason why StarCraft 2 isn't as big as some of those other titles. Too many people just saying to themselves nothing else matters but the most hardcore part of the space, which is not true. Although that being said, if they really believed that, if they actually believed that, they would have put a whale purchase option in there. Because of your most hardcore users, the only ones that are really that valuable are probably your whales anyway. Otherwise, you'd rather have your casuals who spend the same amount as the hardcore people. You'd want to have more of them because you would get more, right? Just naturally, more people will always play something casually than hardcore. Exactly, Gio. To have fans that don't play the game, that want to watch anyway, that is the other thing that manufactured esports completely misses the ball on. The thing, that's like the other worst thing. Because another really important thing to keep in mind, what did I talk about when we started talking about the Jets earlier? You don't have to remember specifics. I talked about my favorite special teams players to watch when I was in high school. I just mentioned 2 guys that have been out of the league, that are not Hall of Famers, that most of you probably have never heard of. But to me, it means something. I watched those guys play football when I was a kid, and seeing what they did is a big reason why I love watching the game today. When I see somebody make a great play, I go back, I think about that, right? When I think about possibility of taking my kid to a game and him having that experience of getting to see a crazy game or an interception right in front of your face, just all of that, that gets me excited. I look forward to that. And I look forward to sharing whatever version of StarCraft I'm playing with my kid too. But you're right. You're 100% right. All these other games fail because they don't care about history. They don't care about legacy. There is no legacy. There is no history. It's just, here is a manufactured product that is designed to be consumed casually by someone sitting on their couch not playing the game. Well, that doesn't sound like a game that's meant to be played. That doesn't sound like the kind of game where people are going to discover stuff on their own and build out their own things. It sounds like a game that's going to be managed by people that are trying to craft this perfect spectator experience. And it's so disconnected from what people actually enjoy about playing games. But the fact that, again, and this again was really the biggest failure of Blizzard, is that they don't respect the history of their own esports. If Blizzard wanted to, they could flex that they have been doing it since 1998. They could be like, StarCraft Brood War was one of the first premier esports on Earth. And to this day, Blizzard maintains the competitive StarCraft circuit that has been running for almost 40 fucking years. First, can I just say, okay, 30 years. Can I just say, holy shit, that's amazing. People have been playing StarCraft 2. People have been playing StarCraft for money for almost 30 years. That's insane. No other game is even close except Counter-Strike, Quake, 2 of the other most OG games that still have tournaments and leagues and pros because those people are the exact same as us. Smash Bros. You have something that is worth so much more than just a product, because you have entire generations of people that are looking forward to raising their kids on the next generation of what you're doing. And that is the best thing. That is one of the coolest things. That's why I love sports. It's a big reason I love StarCraft. It's a big reason why a lot of people love StarCraft, because you can have a conversation with somebody that you have never met about your favorite player, your favorite tournament, your favorite league, your favorite race, favorite unit, whatever. The same way you can go to an NFL game, look at another dude wearing the same jersey as you. You've never met the guy before, and you can go, cheers, bro. Fuck yeah, man. And you can just have positive experiences like that. You have things that bring people together because it's a common interest. But it's not the video game that does it. The game is stressful. The game is really hard. Most people admit that they watch and don't play. People are free to admit that. And the reason why they feel comfortable in doing so is because everybody actually respects how difficult it is to be good at the game. That it's not that bad to say, oh yeah, I don't even play. It would, in some other games, it might be weird because some other games are a little more casually geared. But StarCraft is just such a unique beast that lives in this space where that it's just that. It's the fact that they have an army of fans that they could send anywhere. It's the fact that they could do something charitable and just use the StarCraft brand to get a dub and make us all donate to some group and make it look some great PR for Blizzard. Oh, whatever. But the fact that they don't even give you that, that's why the fans feel jaded. That's why people want to engage. People want to do stuff. They have this energy that they want to put to something that they love, but there's no outlet. And that's why it's, you know, that's why it's tough. I try not to take people's outrage too seriously because, as I've just said and described, that's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel, except the reality is I also know that corporations are just soulless homunculi that there's no such thing as accountability, right? As much as I've ever known or learned about StarCraft, I have never been given the name of the person above the team that vetoed them on microtransactions. Those are not things anybody there would ever dare leak, right? So at the end of the day, for everybody's safety to be involved, the people that make these choices that ruin good things are completely unaccountable, and that's just tremendously unfortunate. That's really all there is to say. So I say, support other games. Put that energy, time, effort, money into something else. And the best you can hope for is they miss you or they feel it eventually. But you can't make them care. You can't make, just like you can't make anybody care. But especially a soulless homunculi that only exists on paper in a closet in Delaware. That you can't make that care. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. Hey Jasmine, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. But that's like, yeah, that's such a tough part of it. That's another reason why Overwatch League was so stupid too, because they killed the legacy of every organization that wanted to be in it. Like having Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses could have been really cool. But instead, all of these companies had to basically turn themselves into shell corporations of themselves. They're like, all right, let's do all the same things we're already doing, but let's abandon the most valuable part of everything we've built, our community, and then let's start over and tell people that the only reason they should care is because they play this game. And it's like, what the fuck are you smoking, bro? Do you know anything about video games? I'm not sure you do. Or ain't about sports fandom. How about fandom at all? Yeah, digital download games. Oh, it's so much easier, so much more convenient. But then I wouldn't have my dope-ass collector's edition statue of Leon. You know? I'm somebody who is really invested in my hobbies, and I really care about this. And if I have the opportunity to support something that I love, or to get more of it, or make it come faster, that's what I'm gonna do.
Command center upgrade complete.
You know everything about everything because you're the smartest man in the world. I can't think of any reason to argue with you about that, since I don't find that to really, it doesn't really challenge how I feel. So I think if that's the way that you feel, then you know what, that's probably real on some level. So got you. But yeah, so that's my number one reason why I like Frost Giant, because at least as things stand right now, my opinion is that they own themselves, at least to some degree. Or at the very least, they own themselves more than the StarCraft team at Blizzard owns StarCraft. So I think they have a tremendous amount more freedom than Blizzard did to do certain things that would have otherwise been super, super, super tough. Or were tough. Just a lot of red tape when you're a big publicly traded corporation.
Add-on complete.
And that's another reason why you see them talk to the community and cater to them, because they understand that's what's being missed out on. That's what the market wants. The market demands interaction from the people that are making stuff. So that's what they give. It's not rocket science.
Complete.
People's biggest issue with Blizzard is that Blizzard doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, the bar is as low as we listen to you guys and talk to you and share memes. And then if they do any better than that, well, again, then you've got something possibly really special. And that's why so many of us are, well, shills, shall I say? Whatever you need to call, whatever you need to call me to feel better about yourself. But we're excited for those reasons.
Research complete.
Yeah, that's dope, Seraph. That's awesome. Seraph's a great guy. You know how many tournaments I've organized and done, and how many casts and shows we've done, charity events we've run on this stream this guy's helped me with. This guy's been here for a crazy amount of time. It's one of the people that have built this place, and someone who's been around in StarCraft for a long time. And he's the community manager for this game, you know? It's friggin' dope, or he's one of them. I don't want to speak out of line. I appreciate everything you do. The Seraph's an OG here, you know? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool knowing somebody, you know, I have a pretty personal relationship as far as I've had this man put meat in my mouth is the most safe for work way that I'll say it. And probably quite a bit of whiskey if I'm just going to be honest as well, you know? I trust him. I trust him in a foxhole. Now, if we were literally in like an actual foxhole, like that foxes lived in, I think that we would physically be too large as two grown men to really have much in the way of a safe way to escape. So, you know, that would be a really stressful situation. But I would still rather be in that situation with him than many others, if maybe that's the angle I take here. We're almost there. Once the fusion core is done, we can start 3 BCs. Then we just hope he doesn't brutally murder me in the 34 seconds or whatever, 64 seconds it takes to build him. We are almost there, though. We're almost there. In case you're wondering, yes, the build is meant to be very greedy. That's so I can just queue up all my stuff at once and then read chat and talk to you guys. I'm having a good time today. You guys are being pretty funny. Some good vibes. Good vibes in the stream today. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I took yesterday to clean up and work on some of these other assets and trying to make the office feel a little more roomy. Katie's setup was in here, but we kind of split things out. She's working from home now, so we both got a little bit slightly separate setups, but I just ended up with a bunch of space in here, so I've been trying to make it feel a little less like I'm just streaming in a big empty room. I think that's been helping too. So I did a lot of that yesterday. Oh, you got the OBS speed, huh? You a freak. FREAKAK.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on? Huh?
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
SCV ready.
No, only thing I regret with the Frost Giant guys and all them is that my life was so crazy I couldn't get my shit together to spend more time with them when I had the chance in LA. I only went rock climbing with them once. It was unfortunate. We could have gotten shabu shabu and Korean fried chicken so many more times. Oh. You know, Seraph, you never have to say thank you, but if you ever get bored, those funny photoshops are still my YouTube thumbnails years later. It's high quality. It's primo.
Command center upgrade.
Who called in the fleet? Understood. Underway.
Go ahead.
What you got? What's he up to? Wow, he's got a good spread.
Mineral field.
I mean, his army's full-fledged. Let's just take out the cyber core, right? Break his legs. Let's break his legs. Where is it? It's got to be right there, huh? Yep, there it is. Take out the core first. Nice.
Yep.
Now remember, you go for the pylons next, because he's probably rebuilding his cyber core, so... Oh, he came back. He came back. And then once he brings those guys down here, then we can make the playback for the other base again. Woo! No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
What's going on? Sure thing. SCV ready.
Mineral field completed. Our SCVs are under attack. Our base is under attack.
Patching you through.
Mineral field completed.
Yeah, there's nothing that dictates the success of most modern gaming related initiatives more than the community. People are not that dumb. They can tell. They can tell when something that they're messing around with, whether it's high quality, low quality, polished, unpolished, beta, alpha, gamma, sigma, whatever. People can tell when the things that they're enjoying or using are made by people that care. There's a level of sincerity in people when they choose what to spend their time doing that I think is important not to miss.
Patching you through. Yes, sir.
Mineral field.
Who called in the fleet?
Move it.
What an absolutely absurd game.
center upgrade complete.
Did I got my 3-3 yet? No, we're getting there. Every time I try to take a base, he's kind of just been on it, huh? He's got to go catch all my units out on the map now, huh? Home.
Rear with the gear. Gotcha.
Upgrade complete.
What is it?
Base is under attack.
What is it?
Yeah, he has no vision. I mean, he's just a barcode guy clicking on my units through the fog of war, right? Might as well be. It's kind of what it seems like. Yeah, he doesn't have any units out on the map. He just kind of clicks all my stuff when I try to make bases. That's more or less this game in a nutshell.
Mineral field. Our SCVs are under attack.
Hey, this how a guy likes to spend his Tuesday night. Don't let me get in the way.
SCVs
Don't let me get in the way, brah.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Patching you through.
Yeah, right. Like I say, yeah, exactly. No, he doesn't have any obs or anything on the map. He just kind of clicks on my units through fog of war. So it's pretty funny to watch him though. Oh, barcodes.
SCVs are under attack.
He's trying hard though. I gotta respect him for that. I can at least tell that he doesn't want to lose, which is nice. Feels like he's sweating a little bit.
Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Yeah. See, he's just clicking on him. I wonder if we can. Is there any way to make it more obvious? Is what I really wonder. Oh, he's got to get that one, right? The one floating outside my base. That makes sense.
What is it?
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, he's not even gonna go for this base until I try to mine the gas. I think that's what I think that's what he's doing it off of. He just waits for me to start the refinery. Yeah. But you notice he lets that sit there the whole entire time. But it's not until I try to do something with it then he cares. But he doesn't care at all until I try to do something with the base.
Well,
Our SCVs are under attack.
well,
You're curious what the upgrades for the BCs are? Yeah, sure. Here you go.
yes. Well,
We're 20 minutes into the game. 20 minutes in. Be kind of nuts of me if I didn't have anything there.
Are under attack.
Be a little wild.
Insertion.
Oh, there we go. Well, there you go. We found one of his little spots. All right, GG, bro. I'm going to dodge him since he's obviously a suspicious barcode. So as soon as he's in a game or offline, we'll queue up for a match. Thank you for the Prime sub, Tank Noob. I appreciate that. A new wing joint opened up by your parents, and it's phenomenal. What kind of wings do you get there, though? What kind of wings do you get? Nice tank, thank you. Yeah, this is my Catalina wine mixer tank. What a day. Last time you got hoisted honey? Oh, sorry. I was, question of the day today is boneless wings versus bone-in. I just wasn't sure if you had anything to say on the matter. You're allowed to answer it literally any way you want for literally any reason, as long as you state your reason. That's all I ask. You bone-in? Yeah. I really like bone-in wings. I was talking earlier, if I go to like Buffalo Wild Wings, if I don't want regular wings, like if I want something, if I don't want to have to deal with the bone, I would rather just get the naked tenders. I'd rather just get the naked tenders with the sauce on the side than get the boneless wings. Because if you have a good hot sauce and you want to have something else, you can just dip chicken breast in it anyway. Kind of what I like to do. I think Barcode Guy's still looking for a game. Let's see. Let's check his match history. Yeah, it looks like he's been playing for about 7-8 hours now straight. He's been playing for 8 hours straight. So either he's about to log off or he's going to queue up for a game. But I don't want to rematch him. So I'll give him, let's say, 2-3 minutes to move on, and then we'll search for a game. Based on the number of games he's been playing, it's unlikely that he's trying to snipe us, which means that he should queue up pretty fast since he's not waiting for us, right? I just try to approach these situations logically. Third race being shown for Stormgate this weekend at the Gamescom thing. I'm going to read the announcement to you word for word because I love you, okay? I'm not going to leave any room for doubt. I'm just going to open twitter.com/playstormgate, okay? I'm going to read it right off the page, okay? Their most recent tweet 1 hour ago. Don't miss our third faction reveal this Sunday on the PC Gaming Show. It looks like a robot emoji and a devil emoji will be there. Maybe we'll meet a new friend. How to watch. PCGamingShow.com. So there you go. On Sunday. So when you wake up on Sunday morning, you have your morning, your wake and bake, you go take your dog out for a walk, your mimosa, whatever it is you do on your Sunday morning, you just sit on the patio drinking nothing but clear water, loving life. Go to PCGamingShow.com. And then, boom, you'll be able to find out the third faction. So they are going to reveal the third faction If you're big on the racial lingo, the third race will be revealed on Sunday. But that's PCGamingShow.com on Sunday. Oh, see, Mr. Barcode logged off. We're good. We're good. I don't even use Twitter. I just know that private Discords are not places I can link information, so I just go find it on social media for you guys whenever you ask me basic questions. I'm happy to do it. I was just waiting like 5 minutes for that guy to log off, so gave me something to do. Will we get 4 factions total? Well, it's interesting to try and theorize, right? Is there a reason to stop? Is there a reason to try and do more? I think that this is another opinion that seems to come from the perspective of Stormgate is going to ship as a completely finished product, which it's not. So personally, in my opinion, without addressing anything that would be NDA related, I don't see a reason for them to waste their time trying to do a 4th race until they at least feel comfortable enough to slap a real 1.0 on the game. I don't care. I don't want them to even think about doing that until they feel comfortable and the community feels comfortable with the level of polish on the rest of the game. 3 factions I think it's more than enough. If you have any interesting ideas that can't be used in another way, then add them up, right? Put them on a list, put them off to the side, say somehow this is one thing that these guys, none of them can do, but let's put this off to the side in case we ever address that, you know? And then eventually they get enough of those ideas. They're a couple years past the release, and they've actually got a good thing going. They've got an ecosystem. Then, yeah, you drop a huge-ass trailer reveal of the 4th race and be like, guys, we're going where no man's bravely gone before. We're actually bringing them anime catgirls in. And if I did just leak that the 3rd race isn't anime catgirls, then, you know, that's okay. I'm willing to go to prison for the rest of my life for that. But, yeah, I just don't see any reason to rush it. It's a free-to-play game. It's a free-to-play. The game is going to be free. Like, literally anybody will be able to download it and play it when it releases. It's very important to keep that in mind. So their goal is to just have, you're going to have a large volume of people that will at least give the game a pass. So I think doing your best to capture the audience that is going to check that out and polish the game for them and build on that's the way to go about it. But a lot of people ask about that 4th race thing, though, and my response is always, why? What would it even be? What would it even be? Why? Let's let them establish some universe stuff. Wouldn't it be cooler if the 4th race ended up being something that, like, an offhanded comment in a campaign was made about that, like, was kind of just left as some extremely subtle foreshadowing that never really ends up going anywhere? Like, I think that could be cool, too. I don't think it has to just be some whole pre-planned out thing. Maybe the community comes up with a bunch of really good ideas, and that's the sort of thing that eventually gets workshopped into become a real one day, right? It'd be awesome. Yeah, this guy's just cheesing, right? He's not interested. He's not interested in gaming. He wants this game to be over as fast as possible. He doesn't love me.
Command center upgrade complete.
Bad news. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? In the rear with the... Bad news.
Oh, he really doesn't want to play. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna dodge this guy, and then we'll queue up. I'm not interested in playing versus whatever his proxy-based garbage is, though. As soon as he's in a game or offline, we'll search for a game. There's not a lot of interesting people to play against on NA, so this is what we have to do. Again, this is stuff like this is why I'm waiting to get competitive again in the next game. There you go. He's in a game. We're good. You like boneless when making them at home? Well, I don't think you have to be that guy as long as you're not like talking down on anybody who disagrees with your opinion, right? That's like the most cringe. But if you just have if you have an opinion that's based on your experience or your preference, there's nothing cringe about that, bro. That's just being alive. Personally, my favorite would be like, I love drums. I love drumsticks. If it's like my favorite kind of wing. You're like, oh, Nate, can I have the flats? Great, that's perfect. Are you the guy that wants the flats and you give the other guy the drums? Great, we're best friends. I'm the other side of your coin. I'm your Huckleberry. We got a Zerg. Bone in when making them at home? Yeah. Well, I love bone in wings, but the only circumstances where I really don't want them are if I like need to stay clean, because on some level I can't turn off that primal need to obviously just sink my face into it and go ham. So it's like, you know, at least it's a little easier. Really just depends how messy I want to be. And then my wife has to see me just absolutely go to town on these wings, so I'm like trying not to be too much of a savage animal at the same time. SC2 has 3 races, and most of the people for Stormgate are from SC as well, right? I mean, that's definitely a really good point too. But it's like, if you ask yourself, people talk all the time about a 4th race in StarCraft. And there's a really easy answer that is super low effort, which nobody ever has any actual ideas for. That is hybrids, or Xel'Naga. People are like, oh, they're going to add the Xel'Naga, they're going to add the hybrids. But you know what I've never actually seen in a conversation about that? I have never seen anybody be like, yeah, they could have this really cool concept for their workers, or they could do this with the resources, or they could have this mechanic. No, I've never been convinced that anybody who has answered the 4th race in StarCraft question has actually ever thought about it. I'm legitimately not convinced. I think the closest thing that we have in the game to a potentially establishable, like entirely separate faction that isn't already Terran, Protoss, or Zerg, and this one is technically not that either, because it's Terran and Zerg, but I think Infested Terran, there's an interesting way to go through with that, right? If Stukov liberated his men and they're like, yeah, well, there's the liberated Infested. They're not under the control of the Zerg, but Stukov could never uninfest himself, so he took the people that were left with their newfound freedom, and they established the free radio Zerg, whatever you want to call it, you know? And then that's kind of how you try to set that up in the universe. But even that feels really flimsy, because again, how much of the Terran are you going to take? How much of the Zerg are you going to take? For me, I default to the Infested Terran answer, because that's what I want. Because I think that that's one of the most interesting areas of the game that, yeah, again, Stukov never gets closure in the campaign. Just remember that, guys. Stukov is one of the only guys that does not get any closure in the campaign, and that is absolutely heartbreaking. He doesn't ask for anything. He doesn't go kill anybody that doesn't need to be. He doesn't get in the way of the mission. He doesn't even argue with the main character at any point about what you should do to the point that it's impactful. Stukov's just like, you need shoulder to cry on? I am here for you. That's it. That's it. Like, he's just there. He's just a real one. Stukov is that guy that shows up to your party when nobody else does. And he brings a bottle. Just the absolute best. Absolute best. He's the guy who would say something like, oh, of course I came. You invited me. Ugh. Now that's friendship. UED campaign? Yeah. There's a lot of ways to do it. You either have to make, like, the easiest way to get people to like something new is to tie it to something that they already like. So for a few reasons, Infested Terran would do really well, because obviously you're immediately getting the attention of everyone who plays Terran and Zerg, which is a kind of interesting cross-section of the player base, because if you look at the way that people in the StarCraft 2 community talk about each other, you would think that Terrans and Zergs are like they would literally just kill each other with their bare hands if they ever met in real life. Like, you just hear insane stuff, but then it's like, well, actually, the Terran players like a lot of this part about the Infested, and the Zerg like a lot about this part about the Infested. So we're not actually even sure, you know, what the player base of this looks like. And to me, that's really exciting. But at the same time, again, are some of these things potentially better off being held for either Terran or Zerg? And then there's got different design questions, but there's a very, like, timed life aspect to Infested Terrans that they would need to address, about how they're obviously not controlled by the Zerg anymore, but also that their bodies don't just decay into nothing. Or maybe that is the whole thing. Maybe that is their whole entire gameplay element. I don't know. That's kind of how they do the co-op a little bit, but not too much. I wouldn't want it to be like the co-op though. They'd have to start like really ground level with it, I think. Stukov in co-op is unbelievably busted. He's crazy. He's effing crazy. He's got 18 ranged siege tanks that fire banelings. And most people don't even agree that that's the best unit to use for him either. That's the crazy part. He has 18 ranged tanks that fire banelings. And people don't even think his mech is good. That's how OP he is. The mass bunker strategy is still considered the best way to play him, even though he has 18 ranged tanks. What I'm trying to tell you is he's Imba AF. He's extremely powerful. So I don't think it would have to be like co-op, but I love for me personally, the thematic idea of Infested Terran is one of the coolest parts of StarCraft lore and is a top 5 universe element for me. Obviously, you guys know I'm a European American. I have an Eastern European background directly, and it's something that means a lot to me. So I've always thought Stukov was super badass. But I've always thought of Stukov as, like, you know, he's a character that's kind of from a region that I'm from, so that's also just kind of awesome. So I've always been endeared to him for a long time. That's one of the other reasons why he's one of my favorite co-op commanders. I think I have the eBay coming in. Yeah, I just got to get it ready. And let's just try to build a ring of planetaries around it then while we can. So this is the double BC rush with +1 attack. So the idea is that if he just goes queens, the +1 attack kind of tips the scales, and then we just smash him.
Command center up. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I love doing the little Raven move out with this too.
Research.
Awesome voice actor, by the way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, Stukov, to me, Stukov is like the Rick Grimes of StarCraft. Everybody feels bad for Raynor, but Raynor actually gets pretty much everything he wants. And it's implied in the epilogue of StarCraft that, again, he literally gets everything. He basically gets the new god of their universe to just... That's his babe, right? That's his chick. He gets it all. Stukov is mangled, lonely, adrift, no longer even relatable to his own species. Like, bro had a rough hand dealt to him. bro had a rough hand dealt to him. The only story I care about if they made a StarCraft 3 is getting vindication from my boy, all right? He goes back to Earth. He's like, can you guys help me? They're like, holy shit, what have you brought back here? Whole new thing starts, right? Like, there's a bunch of different ways to play it, but I would love that. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. But the best way to get people into something new is to connect it to something old that they already love. This is a pretty popular tactic you see them abuse the shit out of with, like, Star Wars and whatnot, you know? They give these really loved characters horrible roles because the person making the movie didn't actually want them in the movie. They just got told by the studio that if they didn't have this character in there for all the older people to be like, ah, him, then, you know, there'd be less people that watch the movie since they're not going to actually have them in the film. It's going to be more like Michael Keaton Batman, who actually was in that movie a good bit, but obviously they focus on the parts that you see in the ads are more or less almost all of the parts of the movie that they are in because the movie's not really about them. So it can kind of be the same thing game-wise, but I always love the idea. Of Earth coming back into play, just because it's heavily suggested throughout most of everything that we've ever heard that Earth is supposed to be like grossly more powerful and advanced than what we've seen out of the United, you know, out of the Caprulu sector Terrans anyway. Sons of Korhal and all of them and all the other groups. I can't name all the Terran groups, and I'm not going to, okay? Kiss my ass. I don't know them all, but you know what I mean.
Command center upgrade.
Yeah, they gotta lower the stakes, exactly. Yeah, I already wrote a script for StarCraft 3. I'm just waiting for somebody at Microsoft to realize that throwing away this community is a bad idea. I got my script ready to go, though. I promise you, it's at least 100 million times better than Wings of Liberty. It more or less gave you a little teaser of it. Let's not forget Niagara is still out there in outer space, by the way. Has anybody heard from Niagara? She's still out there. She's still out there, guys. I feel like nobody really addresses that. She's just chilling, just floating through the depths of space. God, hope they at least get Cable out there. That big ass Protoss ship they infested and took over. What did they do with it? They turn it into Derek Zoolander's school for kids who can't play StarCraft and want to learn how to macro well? Damn, he went right for it. That's tough. That's tough. Well, the other side too is that Microsoft, as far as video game stuff goes, they've been a little bit better than other companies over the last few years. This is like the other side of it too, right? Like people get deluded into thinking that Blizzard is a good company because people who worked at Blizzard made stuff that they liked and catered to them. And then when the people at Blizzard left, they thought that Blizzard hated them. But Blizzard never hated you. Blizzard was never the people who were making your game, right? Like, you never really liked Blizzard's games. You liked games made by the people who work at Blizzard. So this is another really, really hard part about the way that the industry is such a mess, but
Base is under attack. Command
yeah, Microsoft is the same way. It's true that there's a lot of things they're doing that are really dumb, especially with like Windows and recall and all of that. I have no defense for their overall corporate structure or goals or incentive plan. I have no idea what the hell they're doing. The only thing I really know is that as far as video game stuff goes, they've done pretty well in value adds. They brought back some other franchises. All you guys that love to doomsay about how they kill franchises, guys, Age of Empires 4 is a great game. They got a lot of expansions. They get a lot of updates. Nobody cares that you don't think it's better than StarCraft because none of those people play StarCraft. They all play Age of Empires. Age of Empires fans got a game that's well updated, and for all the people who are like, I hate Age of Empires 4, guess what? Microsoft is the reason why they remade Age of Empires 2, which is generally considered to be one of the best modernizations of an old game that we have available. And not only has Age of Empires 2 completely re-flourished into a now much bigger space, they have tournaments and all that stuff again, and their game's been updated, and it's a lot better than it used to be. Like, all it takes is that little bit of effort to enable people to do the things that they already want to do. So There's really no reason. There's no reason why it can't be successful under Microsoft's umbrella. It more or less just depends on do they care enough to, you know, take advantage of that. And I think it obviously, based on the comments that they've made publicly over the last few years, they definitely want to take care of StarCraft. It's just not a high priority for them. And the truth that, again, most of the doomsayers, is he just clicking on me? He's just like tracking me through Fog of War here, huh? Most of the people that doom speak about this shit, again, it's a lot of jaded bitterness from people that kind of just want instant gratifications, which is important to remember. But if they put it out there, they're gonna try it, no matter what they tell you. Even the most jaded person you know is at least gonna boot it up so that they can say that it sucks after they play it for a few minutes. Even if that was their whole purpose the entire time, was to just crap on it, they're still gonna try it. Which means there's an opportunity, there's a possibility that it doesn't suck. It's gonna get played, you know? It's gonna get played.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much we can do here, right? He's got a lot of corruptors. He opened up. He kind of like went. He kind of went straight for an anti-battlecruiser build, more or less, huh? It's pretty tough. Oh yeah, he went double spire. Yeah, there's no way I could have done anything there. He goes double spire corruptor rush against me off no scout. That's wild. When did he get that lair? Oh, I guess without the Mass Queen opener, he was probably always comfortable doing that, huh? He's been grinding. He's playing his first ladder session today in 10 months. You know what I'm gonna... if he hasn't played the game in 10 months and he's that good, I'm gonna dodge him too. I don't need to play versus Turtle Mass Corruptor either. Yeah, SC2's lore was always made for the least common denominator, because again, most of the game, everything is focused on their esports stuff. They kind of threw away their chance at having a long-term, sustainable, casual player base just because they were chasing after money that didn't exist in esports. That's the biggest failure of the game overall. But otherwise, there's a lot to be there's a lot that's good. But that guy was grinding games, so he should queue up. He should be queued up for another one. He should be queued up for another one pretty soon. So we can search as soon as he's in a game. I'm gonna turn my AC up a little. All right, we're just going to wait for that guy to get into a game. I'll give him like 5 minutes. If he doesn't queue up by 4 o'clock, then we will do something else. I'll let chat pick. You guys can pick. We'll do literally whatever you want. But I'm gonna give him a few minutes to queue for a match soon. He should get one pretty quickly. I don't think we're gonna have to wait very long. Oh, the Kamehameha mission? Yeah, the Kamehameha mission with Stukov. That's a great one. I think that's from the epilogue, too, right? Is that the first epilogue mission? Is that the end of Void? No. Well, if you're playing with Kerrigan, then yeah, that has to be the first epilogue mission, I think. It's up there. Bad regular mission and Heart of the Swarm. Oh, okay, that's fair. That makes sense. When I think about the Amon versus Kerrigan stuff, my mind usually goes to the epilogue, but that's reasonable. It's probably from HOTS. In my mind, even that scene where she fights Nerud in that cutscene, that is also from HOTS. I think of all of that stuff as being epilogue driven. Remember when they first showed that? Remember when they first teased that? And people were like, why is Kerrigan fighting Zeratul? Oh! Oh! And then they were like, yeah, well, it turns out that Dr. Narud can literally do anything. And it's like, oh. It looks like, so he's been searching for a game for about 2-3 minutes now. He's been searching for a game for 3 minutes. I don't think his queue time will get to 5 minutes though. He should get a game by 4 o'clock. How many ways can we add timers to the mission? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there we go. He logged off. All right. I figure, you know, just patience, guys. Patience is the answer to all problems in life. If you can be patient, you can outlast most of the people that want to waste your time. Yeah, you like the Persona thing? Yeah, this is actually a rain meter plugin. It's a rain meter plugin I have. I found out that there's a second rain meter plugin you can get that's actually just a thing that kind of breaks the graphics code of it. So you can use it to break any of your other rain meter plugins so that you can pull them with OBS window capture and have it separate from everything else on the desktop. So I kind of wanted to figure out a way to set something up like this, and there wasn't really much of anything. There were a couple of like kind of JPEG creators, and then you would switch it every day. Sounds miserable. And then I saw that somebody was like, well, this is a rain meter widget. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to see what it looks like. I installed it, kind of took a look at it. I've used rain meter before, so I'm familiar. And then I thought, well, this looks awesome, but OBS can't see it. So I'm like, how do I get it without screen capturing and having whatever's behind it? And then some other guy was like, I made a rain meter plugin that just singles out individual other rain meter plugins, so you can have any specific ones or not specific ones. You can move them wherever you want them to be. So that's what I set up to pull the capture for it. So I had that yesterday was what I was working on, which is really cool because it has the time and the day. So all right, we got a Zerg.
What's going on?
I think the reason why you noticed that is because, yeah, it is pretty bold and in your face, yeah. It is.
SCV ready.
like I said, you know, stream is largely in like maintenance slash survive mode until Stormgate. So I don't have like, I don't really need anything to work super well right now. But I do have, as we get closer and closer, I'm going to start implementing things that I think we do need. But it's hard because obviously if I ask this hardcore StarCraft people that only watch StarCraft what they want, they're going to probably lead me in a direction that will make the stream less appealing to people that don't play StarCraft or that are more casual gamers or casual audience members. So that's it's one of those things I'm balancing out. I haven't done everything that I want to do yet, but I still have a bit of time, so I'd like to give you guys the least amount of shock as possible before, yeah, again, before we're playing Stormgate here.
Go ahead. Ah, you scared me. Big jump, huh? SCV ready. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Flamingo. Yeah, if the Stormgate thing doesn't work out, I'll probably just go to streaming StarCraft maybe like once or twice a week, you know? And we'll just have that. It'll just be one of those side things I do. But I think there's a lot of reasons to be hopeful and excited about that. So hopefully I can continue to do content creation full time. It's something that I really enjoy. So definitely trying to make sure I have a good focus on making the stream sustainable again anyway in that game, since it's not with StarCraft. And again, there's just not that many people who watch the game, so you guys are awesome. You guys are absolutely awesome. It's just hard. It's just hard when the ceiling is so low.
SCV ready.
There we go.
Big job, huh? This better be good. Roger that. Piece of me, boy. Go ahead.
You guys are funny. I like you.
Be ready.
I mean, my name ends in 420. Yeah, to be fair, his name does end in 420. You know, I get that sometimes we don't want to make everything about haha pot jokes, but his name does end in 420. So I feel like you kind of, yeah. There's not much, we can't really contest him on that.
With the gear.
If he didn't feel that way, that certainly wouldn't be in his username, right?
SCV ready.
I'm sorry. I'm having, who let me have fun again? Oops. Uh-oh.
Big job, huh? SCV ready. Big SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Man, we getting cheesed again. Look at that.
SCV ready. Yo.
I mean, he killed a lot of my SCVs, but I am Terran, so I don't think I need them, right? That's the meme. I don't think I need.
In the rear with the
Are you telling me that he's gonna kill my SCVs? Neo, I'm telling you, when the time comes, you won't need SCVs. Whoa.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. going on? Go, go, go! SCV ready. Go ahead. What's our target? SCV ready. Fight or flight. SCV ready.
No, mules used to be like crazy good. You could, if you dropped like more than 8 of them on a base, they would start to mine double anyway. It was like a whole thing that had to get patched out. There were some absolutely insanely busted strats with mules. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember when they found that out? That if you dropped like 20 mules on a base, it would just break and they would start multi-mining? That was a whole thing. That had to get patched out of the game. It was amazing. You could mine out a base unbelievably fast. And obviously you think to yourself, oh, they already do. But that's what I'm saying. Even faster than they do now. That's the whole point. It is crazy. It is. It was crazy anyway. I mean, if you go back in time, technically all moments are happening simultaneously forever. So it technically, in a manner of speaking, is crazy. But it also was crazy. And it will be crazy. So, man, what a time. What a time to be alive. You never knew about that? It's insane. Yeah, they used to mine like, what, 35 minerals now instead of 25? They used to mine a lot more. They used to get a bonus on the gold. They used to mine more on gold too. They weren't always the way they are now. A lot of people don't know that, but mules used to mine like 50 minerals per trip on a gold base, or it was like 45. It was insane. It was crazy. Yeah, so he looks like he's going for the muta rush. It's gonna hit me with them corruptors. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? He's probably just corruptor rushing, right? That's kind of the vibe we've been getting today. Whenever we play on NA, we get all the most sussy bakas. I don't ever get any of these weird games on Europe. But all the Europeans have been asleep for like 3 hours, so there's none left to play with. You're a European? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. It's late over there. It's late. It's like 1 o'clock, right? You guys 9 hours ahead of me? What's tomorrow like? Is it MOAS yet? We closed. I think they closed. I think at after hours, they hit like 54 today. Not too shabby. Hashtag says 741, baby. That's 741. Swish, swish, bish. Another one in the basket. Well, we got 1-1 going for the BCs now, so let's get her done. Let's get everything else we need here, too. Hit 45 today after hour. Last I saw the after hour high. Right now, it's at 57. That's what I'm seeing. The iOS stock app uses Yahoo data, which is a little bit behind, but is still generally within a reasonable degree of accuracy. But yeah, it's hitting 57. It could be like overnight. They basically don't turn a lot of that stuff off. Yeah, I've been holding GameStop for like 4 years, man. I'm on that shit. I don't care. I don't care what happens with it, man. I just like watching billionaires cry. Too many things in this world are a giant fucking scam, bro.
Complete.
What's going on? Ah, you scared me.
I've been holding for years.
Here with the gear.
Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete. Complete.
Yes, Commander.
That said, I think it hit $10, right? It was like in a $10 channel-ish between like December and April. So I dollar cost averaged down quite a bit this year. It was very nice.
What's going on?
Well, yes. Oh, really?
Well, the thing is, like, if you ever look at what people like Warren Buffett say about investing, like if you look at what the people that are heralded as the best, they say that you find companies that are undervalued and you hold on to them for dear life and you dollar cost average wherever you can until you don't believe in the company anymore, right? Or whatever their plan is. Like, that's what Warren Buffett says to do. And you won't find anybody that trades or follows financial markets that don't basically blow that guy at every possible opportunity. So the fact that there's like years of the media basically calling this company going bankrupt, even though they have like $2 billion in cash and they made their first profit in I think 7 or 8 years this year. That's to me what started off the going up, because the Q1 April this year confirmed that 2023 was a net positive year for profits for GameStop, which literally hasn't happened for 7 years. So it's not like there wasn't a lot of risk for a long time. But the truth is that at this point, they've at least completely stopped their bleeding and are making a little bit of money. So they're more or less one decent idea away from getting into new revenue streams and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys know, but you can get like PSA graded trading cards from there now, and you can also sell them there too, which I think is awesome. I keep checking to see if I can get a Whalmer. I want to get Katie a PSA graded Whalmer off from GameStop, but they don't have any Whalmers, so I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. There is an $800 Michael Jordan 1984 or 1994 card though at my local one. Don't think I'm gonna become an NBA card collector anytime soon, but yeah. And I'm not selling tomorrow? Hell no. Hell no.
Grade complete.
Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. Well,
Huh? Yep.
oh, really?
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, they're an international gaming retailer. They're in a bunch of different countries. They're video games is a industry that generates more revenue than all other media forms combined. So you think about movies, you think about music, you think about Hollywood. Combined, they don't beat video games. Video games are huge. It's like this generation's television or radio. Like it's such a huge way for people to be able to interact with each other. And they are the only publicly traded business that specializes specifically in offering products to this demographic. There is no other major retail chain that exists that attempts to cater this. So It truthfully is just a matter of finding a way to give that incredibly large market that is bigger than every other market good reasons to spend their money there instead of other places. That's all they need to do to make lots of money forever. Mismanagement over the years, and I mean, depending on how much of the crazy shit you read into, you know, deliberate coordinated attacks from entities outside the company to bring it down and disparage its name as much as possible for the sake of shorting it. You know, those people did their best to bring it down as much as they could, but unfortunately for them, some billionaire decided to become the CEO for free and make it his whole life's goal to just bone all those people as hard as possible. And to me, that's the only reason why the company is still around. Though I think one of the youngest billionaires in the world bought enough of a stake in the company to make himself the CEO, and he's been working for free literally since he hired himself. All of the shares he owned, he's bought only by himself. He bought his shares, the majority of them, before the price ever went up like $10 years ago, and he hasn't sold a single share. So one of the richest dudes in the world buys into this company right as it's about to go into bankruptcy, decides for no reason to just lift it up and hold the whole entire thing together. And there's like a cult of like 1 million people on this Reddit that are sub to it now that are only going to buy the stock and hold it forever. Like, there's not many. It's hard to imagine that there's ever going to be a situation or opportunity like this again for the rest of my life, you know? Not even to make money, but just to be able to give the finger to those people. My life may not end up having some grand meaning, but for me, it brings me a lot of validation to put my time or my energy or my money where my mouth is on things that matter. If you ask me, my primary motivation, I don't think people should be able to sell things they don't own. I don't think people should be able to sell things they don't own and lie to somebody and tell them that they own it. It happens in a lot of things more than just stocks. But if none of those people up top go to prison, then all they're going to do is wait until they can do it again. And that's how they ruin a lot of good businesses. That's how they ruin a lot of good industries. That's how they destroy cities, ruin the lives of families, all of that. They just take, and all they do is look for more ways to take and never give. It's a plague. I got zero respect for people who have all the ability to not make the world a worse place, yet go out of their way to do so.
What's going? SCV ready.
Hey, you want to hear something interesting, Tank Noob? About 3 or 4 years ago, another one of Citadel's #1 shorts on their list of companies that they were beating down because there were no more crypto money to be made from selling graphics cards. Guess who one of Citadel's other top shorts was at that point? It was Nvidia. And guess what Citadel's top holdings nowadays are? Nvidia. I don't find it a coincidence that they own a huge stake of the company after shorting the shit out of it, and it ended up going up over time, right? Eventually, a company comes up with something that has the opportunity to completely shift the paradigm, and then these guys get blown up, and you see if you put any money in Nvidia at any point before this year, you are feeling good, you know? And that's not just because Nvidia has been a successful company. They are one of the most heavily shorted stocks right around the time of the pandemic, because there was this huge media campaign. You see it everywhere. Oh, crypto's dead. No more selling graphics cards to crypto miners. Oh, these guys don't have anything. The gaming market's not big enough. Literally the biggest media market that exists, by the way. Just another reminder. But you hear a lot of stuff like that against these companies that aren't from old money, you know, because gaming really did create a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurs and businesses to exist, to cater to this. That just never existed before. So it's really fascinating how many different things are all kind of coalescing. And Tesla's another great example as well. Tesla has beat the market SPY growth. I think over the course of their growth, they beat SPY by about 28,000% per year. And while sure, I think it's fair to say that there were a lot of reasons why Tesla went up so much or went up as much as it did, but it's impossible to ignore the fact that prior to this GameStop fiasco anyway, Tesla was the most shorted stock of all time. And there was a pretty tremendous amount of shit on TV for years where all they did was talk about how it wasn't viable, how it wasn't feasible. And then the other reason why I like this GameStop play, because even though Tesla people ended up being kind of crazy and turned in, you know, you got the whole Elon cult because he made a bunch of people millionaires, like, good for them, I guess. But again, you just had a huge, that's the thing, right? There's basically a whole entire cult of people that worship Elon. So no matter how low they ever got that price, people were going to be willing to scoop it up no matter what and not sell it. That's a big reason why Tesla did what it did. So those are the reasons why I'm in on this play, because I know that no matter how low the price of a share of GameStop gets, there's a bunch of people that are way more fucking obsessed with this than I am, that are gonna throw every last dollar they have until they have nothing left at it, regardless of what happens. So do I believe in those people never giving up more than I believe these rich a-holes eventually capitulating? Well, they capitulated on Tesla and they capitulated on Nvidia. So if there's no possible way for them to bankrupt GameStop, eventually they're gonna have to capitulate. So yeah, if we're only in the realm of what, 300 or 400%, that's not enough. That's not enticing enough for the time everybody's had to wait. The upside is huge. The one thing that neither of those stocks have in common is that 25% of all the publicly available shares of the company are owned by the subreddit and directly registered off of the stock exchanges. A lot of people are missing that is one of the key catalysts to why the volume has such an impact on the price for this stock. Lit exchange volume, to be clear. A lot of volume gets reported off exchange. About 80% before this run they got it up to. Today felt like the screws were coming loose though, because today was one of the first times that they didn't halt it on every upward candle. Yeah, and they're still leveraging themselves to the tits. They're still leveraged to the tits. I have zero doubt that these apes are gonna hold like that shit forever. Oh well, just another cheese. Let's go next. Here, I'll let that guy queue up. We'll give him a chance. We'll give him a chance to find another game. But yeah, especially when it's like when people find out that a lot of the numbers that they hear from these companies are all entirely self-reported, like there are people who probably think that like the government can see all the stock transactions and monitor them and stuff. And technically speaking, that wasn't even possible until last Monday, like ever, right? The consolidated audit trail. And that is, I think that's already being defunded in the next spending bill. That was a subject that came up this week, but yeah, it's just nuts. Oh, he switched from busy back to available. Was he looking for me? Is that, oh yeah, see, that was his first game in 22 hours and he's switching his status on me. He's cute. Well, I'll wait for him to log off. I'll wait for him to get bored. But that's what makes it such a fascinating play, is while it seems impossible and crazy, the reason why it's happening is just math, man. These guys sold bajillions of shares of a company that didn't exist so that they could pocket the difference when the price dropped, or do what they did to Toys R Us or Blockbuster, and some of those stocks never even got closed out. Those stocks still trade on OTC markets for like were almost nothing. And that way they can just leverage the percentage gains they made without cashing them out, and then they never pay capital gains tax. And that's how hedge funds make billions of dollars, selling people things that aren't real. All they have to do is make sure the company goes bankrupt at some point and they win. They win a lot, but when they lose, you get Tesla, you get Nvidia, and one day, GameStop.
What's going on?
Now, there's pretty much no, there's virtually very few rules or regulations for most of the institutions. Like, if you buy at least, I think it's like 5% or more of a company, you are legally required to make a public disclosure through the SEC for everybody to know that you have a stake in a company. If you were to create a short position, say sell 5% or more of a company short, you are not required to actually disclose that anywhere. And all short information that is published or publicly available is all self-reported or approximated based off of trades that happen on the live tape. But there's no official place that tracks these things. The only information that comes out is the information that the market makers and brokers report themselves, but they are not required to submit the information anywhere else that is then published against. There is no repository anybody accesses internally that they then use to report for them. They just say whatever they want. Plus, if all the publicly reported numbers were true, then there's zero reason why is it up 500-700% in the last 2 months, you know? Do you really think one guy tweeting a picture is enough to quintuple a company's market cap? Are you really that naive?
The Grim Reaper has arrived. All right, nothing I can't handle. Fair enough. Done. Agreed. SCV ready? Certainly. Fear the Reaper, man. Oh, yeah. SCV ready. The Grim Reaper has arrived. I'm listening. Let's
But yeah, I think DRS is what ends up making this quite a bit different than the other ones. So I'm excited to see how it ends.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
I'm going. SCV ready.
I never invest more than I'm afraid to lose, so it's not the end of the world either way for me, but the upside is potentially limitless, so
Add-on complete. Our SCVs are under attack.
not financial advice. Kappa.
SCV ready. Certainly. That's all.
Ready for dust-off.
Console is channel. Cyclone receiving.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Yeah, I think if they try to turn off the stock market on them again, I think there's currently another issue that United States equity markets are facing that's unrelated to just this, but it's partially, which is that if you follow this stuff, then you probably are aware that they're having difficulty getting companies that actually want to go public or enter the S&P, and a big part of that especially has to do with rampant naked short selling, where again these companies just sell you contract for differences that don't actually entitle you to anything. And this is it turns almost any IPO into just an eventual huge drain if you aren't basically picked as a winner. So the market makers, more or less, by skimming off the top of every transaction, like the Superman 2 plot, which is quite literally how hedge funds make their money. Yeah, it's just nuts. It's one big ugly mess. They all collude to pick who they're gonna have as the winner, and all push together with them, and you see them in the stock purchases of the congressmen and all that. There's a reason why you have all this stuff for years about how this company's done, this one's done. Then you just say, well, look who Nancy Pelosi's still buying, huh? You got people on the TV saying to sell all your Nvidia shares and drive the price as low as possible. Well, these guys were scooping them up, knowing what was gonna happen.
Where's the emergency?
It's a whole crock of shit.
SCV ready.
Pick picking up or dropping off?
Ready to roll out.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
But yeah, you know, they're having difficulty getting companies that actually want to go public because companies know that there's a huge risk. There's been a huge reduction in IPOs.
Base is under attack.
If you go onto the New York Stock Exchange and a short hedge fund doesn't like you, you're fucked, bro. You're gonna get high frequency traded to death. Oh, there's the zealots.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh damn! Yeah, he's just gonna all in me here. Is that it? Noise. No, but I think the reason why they can't kick the can much further is because people are starting to notice that the stock market hasn't actually really moved in a long time. It's like it's taking a while, but people are realizing that like the entirety of almost the entirety of the year's gains are on the back of a very small handful of companies. They try to project this ridiculously like bullish overall sentiment, but there's no other companies are getting earnings bumps. Nobody's actually reporting growth. Revenue is down. Consumer spending is down. New home sales are down. They try to pretend all this stuff isn't real for like years, but eventually chickens come home to roost, man. You can't squeeze every dollar out of the everyday person constantly and then expect them to have money to buy more of your shit after. It's not how it works. If you want people to buy your garbage, they need to have money. Who knew?
Ready for pickup? Now what?
So that's why I hold anyway. I'm happy to be crazy. At least I'm crazy. At least I'm crazy with the dream of a better world, you know? That's something. I'll take it. Oh, I couldn't unload him again. That's okay. It happens. Real estate folks are trying to roll out 0% programs for buying a house. Yeah, that's literally the last thing. That was one of the last things that happened before '08. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, a big angle of it is, even if they can rig it, even if they can delay it forever, the more that they have to do it, the more other people will notice, and hopefully the more people will step in. And whether it's us or it's the next company that has a big movement like this, maybe they're the ones that break them. But it does feel nice. It does feel nice to feel like I'm at least doing something beyond nothing anyway. Oh yeah, he doesn't even care about that, right? Yeah. This guy's a psychopath. He just he like completely blew off what I was doing just to go after that base too. He's crazy. He's crazy. You know, if he doesn't want to play, that's fine. I'll just go next. We can do that. Yeah, he's Grandmaster, so there was no hope there, I guess, either. Kind of a waste of time. I'm going to let him search for a match, and then we'll queue up. If, we are getting close to 5 o'clock, so I'll say if he takes more than 4 minutes. If he takes more than 4 minutes, I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to be nice to myself. I don't want to spend too much time waiting for these guys today. All right, he's in a game. We're good. But the important thing to remember is that at the top, most of these guys are really coordinated. So you think about it this way. A stock like Nvidia goes up crazy high. They do the split. They tell people to buy as much as possible. Short hedge funds make money by selling you stocks, and then when the price goes down, you sell it back to them because you're like, oh no, I don't want to lose more of my money. So those are like the kinds of movements they generally manipulate. Get people to buy, push the price down. Fear of loss makes them lose more, kind of snowballs quickly into a thing. Company crashes down, hedge fund makes a bunch of money. So the only way they really lose is if you buy and hold long enough to make money off of it, or that obviously collectively you do. So that's one of those things. Because the stock market is at its all-time high in many different areas, there's a very strong likelihood that right now a lot of shares of stocks people are buying are not going to be delivered until, or they'll attempt to delay delivering them until after prices come down. So that's how that's how those guys all survive if anything bad happens. And in some ways that's good because obviously a lot of those guys are still banks and whatnot. It's not like you want people's homes getting sold out from under them. Yeah, but super exploitive. Super exploitive. We got another TVZ. All right, let's just do like a regular double BC rush and try to focus on doing this build like 3% more sharp than I have been. I've enjoyed rambling a little bit with you. Appreciate it. It's true though. There's a lot of risk. A lot of risk everywhere. It's like one big giant casino. You never know. You never know what the people with all the money are trying to push these companies towards. Well, didn't the CEO of Citadel himself say on TV as well that the job of his hedge fund was to move prices of stocks to where they believe they should be valued? Yeah, those guys just brag about it they just brag about it live. They don't care. They freely admit that shit. Nuts.
Big job. In the ring. SCV ready. Yo, what's going? What's big job? What's going on? Huh? Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
Go ahead. Huh? Ah! Hear me. Go, go, go! Huh? We hear you. Be ready.
Thanks for the follows. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a nice day, guys. Yeah, I gotta try to do a somewhat sharp double BC rush. And we'll wrap it up here.
SCV ready.
Bones, yeah. Well, the nice thing is eventually somebody has to capitulate, and this time it is not going to be the normal people. I think the more that we draw a light to these kinds of things, and the more that people are aware of these things and at least have the ability to protect themselves, the better chance we have of making things better.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Ben? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
This better be good. What's going on? SCV ready. Bandit. Ah! You scared me. We could use some help here. You gonna get... Sure thing. Be in the rear. Huh? SCV ready. Ready to blunder. Aye, aye, sir. This better be good. SCV ready. Made for battle.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
But yeah, it sure does make all this stuff exciting.
What's going on?
Add-on complete.
It's certainly been a very different last month than the last few years have been, that's for sure.
Add-on complete.
Bad news? Go ahead. Yeah, whatever. SCV ready. Bad news? Transformation systems primed. Huh? This better be good. Bad news? Fight or flight.
Tell me you're corruptor Russian. Do it.
Let's go. In the rear with the gear.
Let's get it, baby. Let's hit it to maximum overdrive. But also, you know, general public discourse got a lot less interesting over the last few years, too. So it's kind of been a nice rabbit hole to go down of learning about market mechanics.
Big job.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
is it? Patching you through. Well, yes. It's a trap. Oh, really?
Nice. Yeah, it's kind of like how there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason why. I think this, usually it was what, it took 2 days. It used to take 2 days for any transaction on the stock market to settle. And then one of the biggest changes they made that was actually quite recent and is a big part of this whole fiasco. And I don't know how related it is or not to the recent movements in some securities, but it's fascinating that they just finally moved it to it takes 1 day after placing an order for it to settle, when there are already quite a few international markets that offer the ability to do same-day settlement for other things, but the technology has existed for a long time for instant settlement of digital stock transactions to be possible, especially ever since Seeding Company moved away. But yeah, they only just recently moved it to T+1. It's been T+2 basically forever, but the technological capability to do T+0 exists. It's just one of those things that helps them skim off the top because failure to deliver cycles.
Yes, Commander. Oh, what is it? Patching you through. Who called in the fleet?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just moved to T+1 as of Monday last week.
Patching you through. Oh,
There were quite a few things that all kind of happened at the same time. They moved to T+1 settlement. The consolidated audit trail went live. So for the first time ever, the SEC is able to see all stock transactions, all in real time, which apparently you are led to believe they had no capacity to do so prior. But if you believe that means anything, then it's the kind of thing that sounds like it should be a pretty big deal. But regulators, for the first time literally in our whole entire lives, regulators can for the very first time ever see stock transactions as they happen, which has just somehow never been possible before. Tells you everything you need to know with how much money's at stake. Yeah. You want to hear something crazier? Those hedge funds and a couple of banks, JP Morgan and them, they're suing the SEC to try and block it on the grounds that it's privacy, because corporations are people, and they believe it violates people's privacy that the government can see their stock transactions. Yeah, that's an ongoing lawsuit happening right now. Clown world, man. And that's why I hold my shitty shares and pray we beat these bastards at their own game. Just by getting enough attention on it, more or less.
Mineral field depleted.
who called in the fleet?
You're the bomb.
Yes, Commander. Yes, sir. Who called in the fleet?
Under attack.
What is it? Oh, really? watching you through.
That being said, most of those cycles you can still beat them by holding companies that are actually well run long term. I don't think I still believe that that's still true. Companies that do things that successful, profitable companies do still make the lives of short sellers extremely difficult. And it's not like if GameStop hadn't found a way to actually make a lot of money that this wouldn't have just happened on its own. But again, that's where it goes back to having a whole cult of people that will hold forever, no matter what, at any price, and buy no matter at any price, is something that Wall Street has never had to deal with before.
Yes. What is it?
People who will hold just for the sake of giving them the finger.
In the rear with the gear. Bad news? Yeah.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, Jimmy Jams. Yeah, exactly.
What's going on?
Mineral field depleted.
You're the boss.
Mineral field depleted. Command center. Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
I promised you guys, though, if I somehow become a billionaire through all this crap, I'm gonna run my own StarCraft tournament. I got you. Don't worry about it. Get 7 AI versions of me to cast.
Depleted.
And then I'll host, obviously, because I don't want to have to do the hard work.
Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander.
Come here, cutie pie. Where's your infestors? You can't do anything without your infestors, so it doesn't matter. Do you think I'm gonna chase you out on the map? You've shown your hand. You made a mistake. You made a mistake. That's what you did. Hey, Katie.
Yes, Commander.
Mineral field depleted.
Lou and I just went on a little walk. Nice. I'm playing my last game. I'm playing my last game of the stream. This guy's gonna let me max out on mass battlecruisers, so I'm kind of pumped about that. Not everybody lets me do that.
Mineral field
I think if I Oimawal Shindaru him at max out, we might be able to do it. I don't think my upgrades are as good as they should be, but I think we can Oimawa him.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Oh, really? Who called in the fleet? Acknowledged.
Mineral field depleted.
Who called in the fleet? Well? Yes, sir.
Mineral field depleted.
It's beautiful.
Search. Vespine geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted.
You got any casting coming up? No. I don't really do the casting stuff too much anymore. I really like it, but there's just not really any opportunity. I'm hoping to do a lot of casting in like Stormgate and Zero Space and all that, though. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity in those other games. Yeah, you're goofed. I'm about to come. You ready for the Kamehameha? Are you ready? Yeah, he doesn't have anything. I just erased his whole tech tree, too. Got him. That was nice. Oh, you mean the safe house thing? Well, I mean, it's like a for fun thing, right? It's not. That's, yeah, I think of that as like a community event that I'm going to participate in. I do not think of it for myself as a casting gig. That is, you know, as fun as it's going to be, it's not going to pay my rent, you know? It's something that I'm going to do to have fun and be around other StarCraft people that I miss more or less, but it's not, I don't think of it as work at all. I'm very happy they raised money to fly me out because I wouldn't have been able to afford to go either way. So that's awesome. So I'm just going to go and have a good time. I'm not thinking about it as work related in any way. I haven't seen Zombie Grub in years. I haven't seen Fear Dragon in years. And the rest of them are not people that I've worked with or spent as much time with. But I know they love StarCraft, and I've hung out and talked to a Chicken Man and Zerg Girl, and we've hung out at events before, but I think it's just going to be nice to see people in general from StarCraft, and I think they have some other surprises they're cooking up. So I'm going there. I'm going there as a guest to cast and help make the show better. And I want to make the people that supported that tournament, I want to make them feel like it was money well spent. That's what I want. And then hopefully they can continue to do more, and then it can turn into something like that. But that's what we need, right? Is we need more people that are trying to do stuff in the space, and we need people to support them so that they can do that stuff. So yeah. But as far as like professional commentary type stuff, no, I don't have anything on the docket. I'm just gonna say, if you want to see me doing that, I would really encourage you to look at the feedback threads on like Team Liquid. ESL posts feedback threads on Reddit. They take like through they have a whole Google Doc sheet where you can put things in there. Let them know you liked my work. Let them know you miss me. Otherwise, I don't hear from them. They don't talk to me. I just kind of got hired out of nowhere. I didn't even really get communicated about being hired either. So as much as I loved doing it, I don't think it really is going to go anywhere. So I'm just living day by day, you know? I'm just doing my thing. I'm just enjoying life, and maybe that was just a little litmus test to see how things are. Maybe they think I don't watch or play StarCraft at all, and they expected me to completely blow it, and I surprised them. Who knows? Who knows? I haven't really been in the space. I haven't really been in the space for a while. At least not in the space people care about. But I've been here. I've been here. I've been in StarCraft, and I've been doing StarCraft forever. So I took a 6-month break in 2022. That's it. That was it. And I did that for my mental health, and I was very open about that. But I've never gone anywhere. I've never gone anywhere. Except up this guy's butt with my battlecruisers. Absolutely smoked him. Blew him into pieces. Ant-Man versus Thanos style. Straight up. I can't wait till I can AI generate that. But until that time comes, it's time for me to say, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. As you guys know, I love StarCraft. It's going to be chill streams. It's not going to be super exciting. It's not going to be anything over the top because we're riding a slow burn into Stormgate. That's what we're doing. So we're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to mess around, find out, play great games like the one we just did, and have a little bit of other fun in between. So I just want to say one last time, thank you so much for tuning in. I know you got a lot of great content to watch, and I can't wait to hit the ground running when Stormgate drops. God bless you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.